All right, can you guys see the screen? Hello?
I don't have a phone. Are you sure it's on? Try that meeting?
Yeah.
Oh, shoot. What should I
Manage for
the testing down there? Oh, everybody's popping in.
Hello, good morning.
It's Pete from Chandler.
How you guys doing? We're getting ready to get started here. Gonna wait a couple more minutes. Should have more people coming.
Do you want to be recording on it?
Yeah.
Oh,
We can dim it because it's so bright. Right there. Yeah, but I don't know.
We start off with reviewing the resources. To go into.
Why is the door so heavy? I don't know.
Yeah, that's what
Oh, thanks. Right up.
Best setup.
You think with the resources?
I think we have to go over all. They have the best setup.
Okay. I mean, you would know better than I. I've never seen Ohio. I've never been in it. Great. Now I came over here.
Wow, a lot lost me today.
I know. I blame my mom for my memory. She was the same way. Thank goodness for my wife, because without her, I'd forget everything in the world. Oh, sorry. Well, that would be a problem.
Usually my dad is.
No, I'm trying. I'm trying. I don't think they're going to let me. You want to use a hot rod. Oh, over here. One of those.
See how many people here.
That's it? Am I doing something wrong? Is that the resource group?
I'm surprised that there's only 6, but they did it.
Right, I mean, you didn't filter it at all.
Right? No, I didn't. I didn't filter it all. I just hit search.
You search by resources. Just to search.
Okay. We have 4. 6 groups, 4 machines.
Interesting.
Yep, pretty sure.
Go ahead and cancel this, and then on this one, hit select all, and okay. We'll drill down into them. Okay, if everybody can hear me, we're going to go ahead and start. Go ahead. All right. We're going to start looking at the data today, and we're going to eventually build some methods and maybe rearrange them a little bit, see what the impact of different structures would be. And I'd like to start with the resource groups because that's usually one of the areas that are the most confusing and or you have the most flexibility in how you group resources together. And we are in the Ohio Rod plant at this point. And there are 6 resource groups defined. And this first resource group is called 101. I have no idea what 101 is. Its ID and its description are the same. So can someone describe to me just what this resource group is? Is it machines or what?
Somebody from Ohio Rod on?
Yeah, do we have Ohio Rod people online?
Terry? Yep. I guess not.
Wow.
All right. Well, just going through the fields here on the resource group. Every resource group has to have a department, and the department where the resource groups are defined is not the same as a financial department. Sometimes people take whatever departments are defined on the financial side and then set up the same exact breakdown. These are called job departments, and really all they're used for is filtering and sorting on reports. It really doesn't affect the actual planning at all. So you can define a department pretty much once, and some people just go super simple and just have one department called manufacturing, and all resource groups belong to that one department. Or you could break it down. Quite often you might have production, assembly, and shipping, or something like that.
I think that's what we have.
Okay. The calendar code is what is used for production scheduling. And if you could right-click in that calendar and open a calendar entry.
Search or
entry. Okay. The production calendar shows the working hours of the week for a normal week, and then that's used for capacity planning and job scheduling. This is a fairly common setup to have an 8-hour calendar so you've got the first 8 blocks checked. And it schedules okay, but it displays kind of funny. The first block displays on your schedule as 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. And if you really don't start work until 7 o'clock, it is the first hour of the day, but it looks weird because it's scheduled as if it was supposed to be done at 1 o'clock in the morning. So if you work starting at 7 o'clock, you probably want to check box number 8 as your first hour, and then you go 8 hours from there. You'll notice that anything 9 and beyond is grayed out right now. It's because in the upper right, where it says default hours per day, it says 8. If you change that 8 to 24, then they all become active, and you can check any box you want. Now, one of the drawbacks of this is it's always scheduled in full hour increments, and they always start at the top of the hour. And quite often, shifts will start at 6:30 or 7:30, and you may have a half-hour break for lunch, but I can't give it a half-hour break. I have to give it a full-hour break. choice on how you do it. One way to make it a little less click, to click and unclick, is if you click the number at the top, click box number 1.
413.
Yeah, either one. They all check, you click it again, and they all uncheck. So you can just double click on 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 to get rid of those boxes. And then remember, the number of the box is the end of the hour. So you want to check 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, now you have 9 hours, and you probably want to take at least an hour off for a combination of lunch and breaks. But there's no productivity or effectivity factor either. And if you find that in an 8-hour day you really only get 7 earned hours of work because you've got at least an hour of lost time from problems, you may want to only schedule 7 hours per day. Okay, so that's basically what this is saying. So this resource with this calendar, it assumes you've got a total capacity of 7 hours a day, Monday through Friday. Okay. If you go to the Working Days tab and click the box for year, or the tab for year, if you have any holidays, you can highlight them here and then hit the toggle day on the bottom, and then they become non-working days. I don't see any bold dates, so it looks like you haven't loaded any. Because once you create them as a non-working day, they show up as bold. I don't know if you really have July 31st off, or if that was just
Oh, it's my birthday, so.
Oh, yeah, okay. Okay.
We won't get ours.
Well, you can check off my birthday, and it's just fine because my birthday is January 1. Okay. Which is, the older you get, the better it is because it helps you remember how old you are. You can do the math really easy. Okay. You can highlight, and if you hold your control key, you can click on, let's see, May 25th is Memorial Day, so I'm assuming you're not working that day. And the 4th of July is a Saturday. I don't know if you're going to take Friday off, the 3rd, so you might want to check that. And yeah, you'll have to get, with whoever's in charge of your holidays, figure out what they are, and it'll take a few minutes or an hour maybe to highlight all of your calendars and get them all set, but you normally only have to do that once a year. And you can scroll out into the future if you know what your pattern is, but typically companies don't know what their holidays are going to be until about October, November, when they decide officially what their holiday is going to be the next year. Okay. If you click on the Where Used tab at the top, it shows these are all the plants that this calendar is set as the default calendar for the plant. If you click Resource Group, you'll see all the resource groups that are using this calendar. And if you click Supplier, you'll see any suppliers that are using this calendar. Okay. Now, a lot of these are actually redundant because remember what I said yesterday, that Epicor will take the data that's on the most detailed level. You can put a calendar on the company, the plant, a resource group, a resource, or a supplier. So ignoring the supplier for a moment, if I've got a resource group of 5 machines and 3 of them work 16 hours and 1 only works 8 hours, you can put the 8-hour calendar on the specific resource that only works 1 shift and put a 16-hour calendar on the group. Then the resources that don't have a calendar, the system will default up to a calendar that's on the group. But because one of the resources has a different calendar, that's the calendar that will be used there. If there's no resource, if there's no calendar on the resource group, it goes to the calendar that's on the plant. And if there's no calendar on the plant, it goes to the one that's on the company. So we already saw that there were 4 or 5 plants that have this calendar. So you really don't need to have this calendar on anything else within that plant unless it's different than the calendar that's on the plant. It doesn't hurt to have it. It's just a little bit of extra update because now if you change the company calendar, it's not going to affect the resource group. So if you really are changing their hours, you have to go on all those resources and change them. But you could have the opposite scenario where I want to change the default for the plant, but I want to leave a bunch of the resources the way they are, and if they didn't have calendars, then I'd have to go and add them. So it may be, luck of the draw as to what type of change you're going to have. The supplier is a little different because the supplier isn't associated with a resource or a resource group. So with a supplier, if there isn't a calendar, it defaults to the calendar at the company level. It goes all the way to the top. And again, a little bit of a warning here. The Epicor documentation, such as the help screen, used to say, and it might still, I haven't checked it in a while, it said that if the supplier didn't have a calendar, it would default to the plant calendar, but my testing showed it's actually the company calendar that it goes to, not the plant. And that makes sense because suppliers are defined at the company level, not necessarily the plant. Okay.
Probably the ones I looked at the area, they all had individually assigned calendar to each supplier, and now when they become one company, their hours are different than the whole company overall. They work 4 days, right? Johnson?
Yes.
You work 4 days. EFG1 default is 5 days.
Right.
So that's probably why they put them individually.
Yeah. With the suppliers, because the lead time is in full days, not by the hours, it doesn't matter how many hours are checked during a day, but if there is at least one box in that day, that's considered a working day. So it's important to know what calendar is on the supplier, because if the supplier says their lead time is 3 weeks and your company calendar is 5 days, then it should be entered as 15 days for 3 weeks. If your company calendar is 7 days a week, then a 3-week lead time has to be entered as 21. Okay? So if someone that doesn't fully understand that and they assume that it's 7 days a week, then if the supplier says it's a 4-week lead time and they plug in 28, but your calendar is really 5 days a week, then it would schedule as if it's almost a 6-week lead time instead of a 4-week. Okay. So it's important when you're entering the purchase part lead time, and that includes subcontract, by the way. You have to make sure that you know how many working days are in the calendar for the week, or put a specific calendar on that supplier. Usually, from my experience, the only time you really need to put a calendar on a supplier is if you have a subcontractor that you only pick up or deliver parts a couple times a week. Like maybe it's every Tuesday and Thursday you send them parts. Then you may want to have a separate calendar that says that Tuesday and Thursday are the only working days. And then you say the lead time is 2 days out. That means if I ship it out on a Tuesday, it's going to come back the next Tuesday. Okay, it's really a week, but if you put in, 7 days, and it was starting on a Monday, then it would be the following Monday, and it's really, you can't go on Monday, it has to go on either Tuesday or Thursday. Okay? So that's a production calendars in a nutshell. Any questions? I guess I'd have a question to the group, specifically on the phone. Is there anything I said about calendars different from what your understanding was? Or did you not even deal with calendars? Okay, I'll take silence as approval.
I don't think this group deals with calendar.
Yeah.
I've never used it.
I guess a question, do planning people have access to the research group, or is it strictly engineering?
For us, it's just engineering.
Okay.
And you're the only one that has access to it to change it or do any modifying of it.
Right. So if planning wanted to change the calendar on something, they'd have to notify somebody in engineering to change it.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, here at Versailles, we do use the calendar because we're on 4-day weeks and 10 hours a day. So.
Okay.
All right. if you close the production calendar screen, I'm going to talk again something that's kind of calendar related. There's a tab at the top that says Calendar Exceptions. If you click on that, this is where you would modify the hours for a specific day of the year. Okay? On the production calendar, you said that on Mondays we work these 8 hours. But if I've got a machine that I know I'm going to be taking down for maintenance, and it's going to be down all afternoon on next week, Tuesday, you highlight the 21st, and then click the button on the bottom that says Calendar Exceptions, and you'll get a single row of boxes, and it will have check boxes in the normal hours for that day, and then you would uncheck the number of hours that you're not working. So if this machine is going to be down for 4 hours, you'd uncheck either the first 4 or the last 4, and then when I schedule jobs on the 21st, the system knows that that resource is now only working for 4 hours. So if the job took 5 hours to run, it would only be partially finished that day, and the balance would finish the next. Because the system won't schedule on a non-working hour. The example I just gave is when a machine is going offline for a while. You may want to schedule overtime. And you do the calendar exception, but instead of unchecking boxes, you'd check additional ones. And then the system would allow you to schedule more jobs that day than you normally would. Now, if someone doesn't show up to work today, you could go into calendar exceptions and uncheck some hours saying, okay, that machine isn't running today. But it's probably not worth doing that because unchecking the hours doesn't actually affect the schedule until you reschedule the jobs, and you're probably not rescheduling the jobs during the day. So in that scenario, I would just go ahead, leave the calendar the way it is, and then the following day I'll have jobs that are behind schedule because they just didn't run. And if I'm running rescheduling at night, then the system would rearrange those jobs to be run on a different day. The same thing with overtime. If you're running 15% of your jobs are behind schedule, so you decide to run Saturday, and you're not really all that concerned about knowing how many jobs are going to get done Saturday, you just schedule the people to show up, tell them to work on all the stuff that's behind schedule, and then Monday morning you find out how many of those jobs got completed. And then Monday morning you would have fewer jobs in the late category. The place where I would schedule the overtime would be if you knew that you had an upswing of business and you were going to be running an extra hour every day plus 6 hours on Saturday for the next 2 or 3 weeks, I would do the calendar exceptions and then do a global reschedule to have the system assign the highest priority jobs to that overtime. And then you can look at, okay, after I've done all this overtime for the next 3 weeks, should I be back on schedule then? And if not, you may decide to run 2 hours a day instead of only 1, or you may decide to work 10 hours Saturday instead of 6. So in that case, it's worth it to do the calendar exceptions to show that you're increasing capacity for a while. If you change the actual calendar rather than the calendar exception, and you say that I'm working 9 hours a day instead of 8, then it would be 9 hours for every Monday through Friday for every day of the year that's not a holiday. And you don't want it to be constant overtime. You're just expecting it to be for a short duration.
And this change would affect the whole company?
Well, it depends on where you put the exception. The example I did here was a calendar exception on the resource group, so it would only affect Group 101.
That's something to watch for, because if you do change it in the top level, on the calendar level, it will apply to all plans.
Right. If you do it, if you actually change the calendar rather than doing a calendar exception, it'll affect everything that uses that calendar, including the plant, if it's the plant calendar that you change. There's no limit to the number of calendars you create, but I would create a calendar based on the pattern of hours, not the resource that it uses. In other words, I'd go into companies where there would be a calendar called 101 and a calendar called BM68 action. But those two calendars would be exactly the same. There's no reason to create a pattern, or excuse me, a whole new calendar because it's used in a different resource if the hours are the same. So typically I would say I've got a calendar called 5x8, which is 5 days a week, 8 hours a day. Another calendar 5x10, another calendar 5x18, another calendar 724. And then I would assign that calendar to those resources or resource groups that normally run those hours. You can go overboard there. I saw one company that had literally a calendar for every combination of hours. Well, maybe not every. They had 4x24, 4x22, 4x21, 4x20, 4x19, 5x24, 5x23, 5x22. So whenever I need a calendar, I've got one created. Good Lord. That's being way too anal with your scheduling. Because we're still talking about manufacturing where at any moment something's going to happen to screw it up. A machine breaks down, a person doesn't show up. Now, you guys won't have an engineering issue where the pizzas per hour isn't right. So you don't have to worry about that. Okay. The calendar exceptions on the resource group fit all the resources within the group. If you click on the resource tab, the far right, good old consistency with Epicor. Here it's just called calendar instead of calendar exceptions. But it's the same basic thing. You highlight the day, you change the hours, and then that would affect only that resource rather than the resource group. If you've got 25 resources in the plant and you decide that 8 of them are going to be working overtime, you have to do calendar exceptions 8 times, one for each resource. Unless some of those resources are all in the same group, you can define it as a group. These groups that we've defined in this plant, other than the second one, they all only have one resource, so it doesn't really matter whether you do the calendar exception of the resource or the group. Now that also begs the question back to the resource groups in total. This is saying that the Ohio Rod plant only has 7 resources. That's all that's been defined for that whole plant. And I think that that's probably understated.
I think so. I don't know if it's because of the database. Who do we have from Ohio Rod here? Sherry? No? Ohio Rod? No? Thought we had somebody.
Yeah, someone logged down as Ohio Rod, but I just don't know the name. This is someone called Ohio Rod logged in.
Yeah. Okay. There should be more.
Right. Well, we may want to eventually change to a different company then. In a way, I kind of like this being just a few. But go back to the detail tab at the top left there. Okay. Talk about some of the other things on this resource group here. We have warehouses to define. You have an input warehouse and bin, an output warehouse and bin, and a backflush warehouse and bin. At first glance, I like how this is set up because I like to use the same warehouse and bin for all 3 things. The input bin is the location that you want parts delivered when you send them to that resource group. In other words, if this resource group is doing a production activity that requires steel coil to be delivered to it, input warehouse bin is where you want to drop the steel off when you deliver it to that machine. The output bin is the from bin when you move it, finished parts from that resource to take it to the next place. Usually, a resource is small enough that the input and output is the same physical location. So unless you've got a resource that's this huge conveyor or something where you really do have different input and output, then you may want to have a different bin, but the vast majority of the time, I think you want to have the same bin. The backflush warehousing bin is if you have parts on a job marked as backflush, this would be the warehousing bin where the parts are removed from inventory. Regardless of where those parts are currently on hand, they will be removed from the backflush bin if there's a backflush bin on that resource. So your transactions you would do, if I had 12 different jobs that all required the same coil steel, I would move the coil from whatever location is currently stored to the backflush warehouse here. And if it's the same as the input, then I don't have to worry about whether I'm moving raw material or whether I'm moving work in process. It's still the same bin when I put it to that place. If I wasn't backflushing material and I had 25 jobs that required that same steel, I'd have to do at least 25 issue transactions to those jobs. But if it was backflush, I'd have to do an inventory move, which is just part number quantity from warehouse bin to warehouse bin. And that one transaction would satisfy the 25 jobs I'm going to be running. And each job would be reducing from that backflush bin. If the backflush warehouse and bin is blank on the resource, then the system goes through a hierarchy of checks to determine what the from warehouse and bin would be for the backflush. And depending on where your current inventory is, it'll try to choose a bin that will not create a negative balance. And if it can't find that, it eventually takes it out of the primary bin for that part. That may or may not be where the parts were physically moved, so you may end up creating more errors than to just let it go negative at the backflush bin and then someone do the adjustment later to make sure it gets corrected. Again, from an engineering standpoint, you probably don't care what the backflush warehouse and bin is, but if you have the only access to the warehouse or the resource maintenance, then you have to input that information. Now, maybe your procedure just says I always put work in process warehouse with PROD as the backflush bin, and that's fine. The next level of detail is you may create a work in process warehouse, but you have a bin that's specific for that machine. So that the backflush bin for machine 101 is bin 101. And the backflush for machine BM8 is a bin called BM8. Okay? And then that way you can look at the physical inventory and it'll say there's X pieces at this machine and there's Y pieces at another machine. If all the machines have the same bin, then the system says, I've got 2,000 pounds out on the floor, but I don't know which machine they're on because each machine uses the same bin called production. So you may want to give a more specific bin on your resources to help identify where that is.
That's something that we want to do?
Again, I don't know that an engineer really cares what that bin is, but production control / inventory control may have some strong opinions on that.
Okay.
Those fields, the input and output warehouse, are active only when you have the advanced material management module. So I know that you have that module implemented. And because of that, every operation has to have a resource that's marked as a location. As you report production on a job, the system is automatically doing a physical tracking of where that material is. So you have to have a resource group marked as a location for that. I talked yesterday how you can have multiple resources on the same operation. You can have a machine tool. You wouldn't want the tool to be a location because that tool can move all over the place. So you wouldn't have an input bin or an output bin on a tool, but you need one for the machine so that when I schedule that job, it looks at the location of the machine, not the location of the tool. Same thing with operators. Operators can move all over the place, but I need a physical location that I can tie that to for material tracking. If you have an assembly operation and the only resource is a person called an assembler, because they're the only resource on that operation, that assembler has to be identified as a location. So you would think of it not as the assembly person, but the assembly station where they work. And that also makes sense. If you have a two-shift assembly operation, there's two people, but they're working at station number one in the assembly area. So the resource is really the assembly area, and its working hours are the hours that someone is standing there doing assembly. So if there's a two-shift, then the calendar is 16 hours. If it's a one-shift, the calendar is 8 hours. Okay, hopefully I haven't lost anybody with that. Okay, the next things I want to talk about are the costing rates for burden and labor. They don't affect scheduling, but this is where the engineering has its interfaces with the accounting side. On the left-hand edge, we've got costing burden rates and costing labor rates. Just to the right, we have quoting burden rates and quoting labor rates. The difference between costing and quoting is that the quoting rates are used when you create a quote for a sales order. If you use the quote management module and you build a method on a quote and it rolls up the costs and then tells you what selling price you need to make a certain margin based on those costs, it's the quoting rates that it uses. Some people make what I think is a mistake and put their selling rate, if they do occasionally do subcontract work for other people, and they say, I charge my customers $100 an hour for work that I do for them, and they put $100 as their quoting rate. Well, that's not what it costs you to run. That's what you're selling it for. So if you sell it for $100 an hour, and the cost is $100 an hour, it says you're not making any money at all. Okay? So I would rather have the burden and labor rates to be truly how you want to cost the product, and then your selling rate would be your cost plus a margin. You want to make 40% or whatever, else you're not going to take on that. Okay, so personally, I don't see a reason why your quoting and costing rates would be different, but some people do like to give different rates. The burden rate can either be a percentage of your labor or it could be a flat dollar rate. This particular resource has it set that the burden is 350% of the labor. So if your labor rate is 25, then your burden would be 3.5 times that, or it'd be 75 plus 12.5. I hate public math, but so if I had a 1-hour job, it would assign $25 of labor and 350% of that as burden. The crew size, and I mentioned this yesterday, that is multiplied on the labor rate for your labor dollars. So if I have a machine that has to have 2 people to run that machine, then I can have a $25 labor rate, but the crew size is 2. And you'll notice there's a crew size for production and setup. Maybe you only need 1 guy to set it up, but once it's set up, now I need 2 guys to actually run it. So during the setup of a job, it's only adding $25 an hour, but during the production, it would be adding $50 if I had a crew size of 2 for production. But in either case, it doesn't schedule it any longer the time on the route, and it's the clock time to do that operation. It's not man hours. It's clock time for that operation.
So if we actually take that production number for the crew side, if you take that production number and you change that to 0.5, because a lot of times at EFG Berea, there's a couple of guys that actually run 2 different machines during the day. They will run, we have nut formers that sit next to each other. They'll run a large one and a small one at the same time. So for the setup, it would be a crew size of 1. And then for the production, if we change it to 0.5, because he's only running that machine, he's only standing next to it half the time during the day while he's running the other machine.
Right, right.
Just
to verify, try putting a 0.5 in production and see if it lets you save. I'm just not sure if it takes decimals. I think it does. You hit your save. Okay, yeah, it looks like that would work for you. Now, these labor rates are for estimating the costs. The actual labor cost comes to the employee. So if that person logs into 2 jobs while he's running, the system automatically splits his labor between those 2 jobs. So if he's logged into 2 jobs, it will be, you know, a half hour's worth of time to each job for the hour he's running.
So the system automatically knows to separate his time between the 2 jobs, but when it comes to the estimating and the actual just running of, okay, this is about how much time it's going to take, this is what the crew size needs to be. When you go to run the job through the system, it uses this, but the actual time that's costed is what is clocked in.
Right.
Okay.
Right. When at the end of a job, you can run a report called the production detail, and it compares the estimated cost and time to the actual cost and time. The estimated comes from these figures on the resource. Now, having said that, back to the scenario where you have 2 resources assigned on an operation. If they both have a labor and a burden rate, then you'll be adding costs for both of those resources. And that may or may not be correct depending on how you calculate. If you put a flat dollar rate as burden for an operation that, let's say, has a brand new machine and you want to assign depreciation costs or up the burden rate, you may not want to have a burden rate on the operators as well. You may want your burden rate to be only on your machines with no labor rate on the machine, and then a labor rate on the operator but no burden. But then you have to make sure that you have both resources on the operation, or else you'll be missing, you know, one of those labor or cost types. So typically, people will put the burden and labor rate on the machine, and they make sure that every operation has a machine-type resource, and then they add an operator resource or a tooling resource for scheduling purposes, but they don't have any cost on those resources.
Actually, this is Bob at Northern Wire. I have a question about that. What's that?
About the crew size?
About the crew size. If you put a half in there, because you're going to run 2 different machines, and you're actually clocked on to 2 different machines, and one of the machines finishes out, and you punch off of that machine, does that mean that then it becomes a full burden at the other machine that you're still running? Will that inflate the actual cost it took you to run that machine for that time until you're finished?
Short answer, yes. A little bit longer answer. If I clock into one job at 7 o'clock and it takes me 5 minutes to clock into the other job, for 5 minutes all my cost is going to the first job. And if I finish the second job 5 minutes before the other one, then one of that job is going to have 10 minutes of time where it's getting my full rate. But another way of thinking of it is that while I'm working, every hour I work, $25 of cost is going somewhere. It's either going to only one job, it's being split over multiple jobs, or if I'm not logged into any job, it's going to whatever my inactivity code is. So I could have, at the end of the day, 8 hours where only 6 of it is on jobs and the other 2 are just nowhere. They're idle time. Or it could be that, you know, I clock into other jobs. Now, another way of doing it, what some companies want to do because they want to reduce all that idle time, is when I'm done with one job, I'll clock into another job before I clock out of the one, and then my time is always going to a job as long as I'm clocked into something. But then I'll have a couple minutes where my time is actually split between 3 jobs instead of between 2, so it's kind of splitting hairs.
Okay.
Now, another thing I wanted to describe when we're talking about splitting that, in the box down below where it says burden equals labor is checked, that means that your burden hours are the same as your labor hours. In the box below that where it says use estimates, if you check that box, then your burden and your labor will be split between those jobs proportionally based on the planned time for those 2 jobs. In other words, if one job was expected, had an estimated time of 2 hours, and the other had an estimated time of 1, then while I'm running them both, only 1/3 of my time goes to the one job and 2/3 goes to the other, instead of being at 50% between the 2 jobs. And a place where that may make sense is if you've got a job to make 3-foot-long lengths of rod and a job to make 2 foot, and when you're cutting those bigger bars, 2 parts, you get 2 3-footers, and then you cut a 2-footer, and then you grab another bar and cut 2 3-footers, and then a 2-footer. You don't want to have your labor costs split between, because 2/3 of the time you're getting the 3-foot part, and 1/3 of the time you're getting the 2-foot part. So using estimates doesn't mean use the estimated cost as your cost. It means use the estimate to give a proportional split of your time. It used to be that the use estimates was only for splitting burden, and labor was always at 50% when you unlogged into 2 jobs, but they changed the system to now use estimates divides labor as well as burden. The split burden checkbox, which right now is grayed out, and honestly right now I think it's because burden equals labor is checked. Sometimes you may have a resource that you don't want to split the burden. You want to apply the burden costs even if I've got multiple jobs running at the same time on that resource. It's usually used when you have a flat rate rather than a percentage. Because if I have a flat rate that says I want to charge $100 an hour to run that machine, if that machine is only running 1 job for an hour, you want all $100 to go against that 1 job. But if I'm running 2 jobs, I don't want $100 on each job. I want a total of $100. So I'd split it either 50-50, or if I use estimates, it might be 60-40. But if it's a percentage, then you normally don't want to split the burden, because the labor is going to be split, and then the burden will be whatever the actual labor is, which is now split. So split burden kind of comes automatically when you say labor equals burden, or burden equals labor. Okay. The field right below that, backflush default employee, most companies I deal with leave that blank. What that would use, if you have a backflush labor reporting type, which if you remember from yesterday says, I don't report on that operation, but I complete it when I complete the next step or the next operation. If I want that system calculated backflush to use a particular employee's labor rate, I can assign that employee here. If I leave it blank, it will use the labor rate of whatever employee did the next step. So if all of your employees have the same basic rate, it's probably not worth it to put a default backflush employee here. But if this backflush operation does have a different rate, and again, the actual rate comes from the employee record, you may want to create a virtual employee that you put in there called, backflush 101, another one called backflush 103. So that you could have a different rate for different resource groups. Okay. Right-hand side fields. Scheduling blocks, talked about that before. If you have a scheduling block other than one, the system will divide the job quantity by that number and assign that number of machines to run concurrently. So that, for instance, if you put a 2 that says I'm going to take a job of 100 and run 50 on one machine and 50 on another. Most companies don't do that, especially if you've got coil steel, that you don't want to have 2 coils at the same time. You want to just set up the coil on one machine and run the whole job on that one machine. Then you want to leave your scheduling blocks as one. The split operations is different from splitting burden, and I don't see that you would ever use that. That's a scenario where I've got a scheduling block one, and I can split a single piece job across multiple resources. Okay. If I have an operation to punch something in a press, punching it out of steel, I can't punch half of a part off of one press and half of a part on another. So it doesn't make sense to use split operations there. But if I'm making a large trailer frame and the operation is for welding, I can assign 3 welding resources to that, and I can have 3 guys welding on that iron until that trailer is done. So there I can have split operations because the job is for one piece, but I actually have 3 different resources doing the welding operation at the same time. You're doing jobs with large quantities of parts, so I don't see any reason to do split operations. Okay, the rest of those boxes on the right-hand side are, again, scheduling related. Engineering probably doesn't care what numbers go in there, but if they're the only ones maintaining the resources, they have to put them in. The Q hours is the amount of time, dead time, if you will, that you schedule an operation before it can start. In other words, if you have an operation for, I don't know, galvanizing is an outside operation. I don't know, if you cut off the parts and then they get sent to threading, how long do they wait between cutoff and threading? That would be your Q hours. There's a checkbox below, use calendar for Q time. That means Q hours are just 24/7 or if they are only working hours. Usually the Q time will use the production calendar because if I, on average, have 5 hours of work in front of the threading machine, then I want to have a Q time of 5 hours so that I don't assume that it's going to start in an hour or 2 after it arrives. If you leave it at 0, the system will schedule Op 20 to start 1 minute after Op 10 finishes. And that's probably not reality. Those things probably wait a certain amount of time. It might be an hour, it might be a week. I don't know how much work in process you have in your plants. But if you don't put a reasonable number in there, it'll plan as if it's moving through like world-class in manufacturing. And I got a feeling you're not there yet. The move hours is similar to Q, except it's after the operation. They call it move hours because it's typically, the time it takes a material handler to pick it up and move it across the aisle or to another place within the plant. But it might be used for something like after it comes out of heat treat, I can't do the next operation for a minimum of 8 hours. because the stuff has to fully cool. It will cool during non-working hours. So if your move time is for something like material to cool down or glue to dry or something like that, then you would not check use calendar for move time. Because if it comes off the operation last minute of the day on Friday, it'll be ready to work first thing Monday morning as far as the cool down time. But the queue time, you want to use production, because if there's already 5 hours of work at the next step, at the end of the day Friday, there's still going to be 5 hours at the next step on Monday morning because they haven't been working over the weekend. So use calendar. You have to know why you're using the move and or the queue and why you should be using the calendar for that planning. The other two fields there, or I guess there's three, minimum overload percent and inform of overload. You probably just want to leave those with 0% and a checkbox for inform. There's a screen called Overload Informer that shows all of the resources where your current load is greater than capacity. You probably want to leave a check so that any resource that's over any percent will show up on that report. The capacity planners looking at that screen have the option of filtering it there, but if I put a minimum hours here or minimum overload percent of 15 and it's 14.9% overloaded, it won't show on that report. And you don't, they want to look at 10% over, 15, 20, whatever, so I would just leave it at 0. Daily production capacity, I talked about that briefly yesterday. That's where your production is based on the quantity of units rather than the amount of time. And this is where you put the total amount that you can run in a day. When I talked about it yesterday, it was on the routing where it said daily consumption rate, where you say that part has what percentage of a unit, and then this tells me the maximum units. Again, I didn't see anything in your plant that would indicate that you want to use a quantity-based maximum production. It's almost always time-based. Okay. Last thing on the field there at the very bottom where it says operation and operation standard. If this resource group always did the same operation, or almost always, you could assign that operation here. And then when you're building the method of manufacturing, you can click on the resource and drag the resource over instead of clicking on the operation and bring it over. Again, I typically don't use that because most of the time a resource can do more than one operation. And even if it did only do one operation, it's just as easy to click on the operation and drag it as it is to click on the resource and drag it. So I normally leave the operation and the operation standard alone. The operation is to identify the operation. The operation standard is an average time for that operation. And every part is probably going to be in different pieces per hour depending on length or material or whatever. I'm sure that all the things going through your CNC machine have different pieces per hour. Okay. You click on the Resource tab, and back to Detail on the second row of tabs. Okay, at the resource level, it's almost the same exact fields, except on a lot of them, such as the burden rates and the scheduling, there's a checkbox that says Use Resource Group Values. If you check that, fields are grayed out, and it will schedule based on whatever you have on the group, and it will cost based on what's on the group. If you uncheck, for instance, the costing burden rates, if you uncheck that Use Resource Group Values, right now, if I ran this, the system would not assign any burden to parts running on this resource. Because I unchecked resource group values and I left the rates at 0, it will apply $0. So you have to be careful. If you uncheck that value, make sure you actually put a dollar rate in there, otherwise it thinks it's free. And it's probably not free. The reason I say probably not, you may have a resource that you're using only for scheduling and you don't want to add any cost, then it's okay to leave it $0. Usually it's a resource where adding costs. Another field on the resource that's not on the resource group is up at the top under the description. There's a checkbox that says finite capacity. We've kind of talked around finite versus infinite. But if you run finite capacity, the system will not schedule more work than what your capacity is. So if the resource is not checked finite capacity, then it'll always be infinitely loaded. The system knows what your capacity is. Your capacity is the number of hours on the production calendar that this resource is using, but it will load an infinite number of jobs concurrently at the same time. That's redundant. If it's not finite loaded. If it's finite loaded and the field on the lower right that says concurrent capacity, if you don't put a number in there, then it'll only schedule one job at a time. If I say my concurrent capacity is 2, then it will schedule up to 2 jobs every hour or every, at the same exact time. An example of that would be if you had a CNC machine with 2 heads and you can run different parts in each, you could set it up as a concurrent capacity of 2. Okay. You could put a finite capacity with a horizon of 30 days. Then the system would be finite between now and 30 days, but infinite after that. Again, I personally don't like to use the finite horizon. I like to say a resource is either finite or not. The only real advantage of having finite in the short term and infinite in the long term is the scheduling runs faster when it's infinite. And if your scheduling run takes so long that it can't complete at night, putting a finite horizon will make it get done an hour or 2 earlier if you've got that huge of a database.
But if you have dynamic schedule, you will still want to reshuffle the jobs every now and then, right?
Right. There is a process called global scheduling that takes every open job and reschedules it. And again, I've walked into companies where global scheduling was taking 24 hours to run. And at the end of a 3-day session, it was down to about 2 hours because I was able to clear up a whole bunch of data that they just had wrong. That was the company that had the paint that I talked about yesterday. Because when the system was doing all that finite scheduling, every single job, it was checking a whole bunch of stuff before it finally came up with a date. When you're infinite loading, it just schedules the job based on the calendar, and then at the end, it adds up the hours and say, guess what? You have to work that machine 82 hours on Monday. And you go, ooh, that's about 10 times what I can do. Okay. So anyhow, that's where you set the finite right there on that box. If you have a resource that you no longer want to use, but you've got history on it and you can't delete it, there's the inactive box just to the upper right. And if you check that, the system will no longer schedule anything on that until you reactivate it again. So if you had a scenario where during the summertime you've got 8 people and during the winter you've only got 4, you could create 8 resources, and during part of the year you have 4 of them deactivated, and then when they come back online you reactivate them. And that takes a lot less time than going into calendar exceptions and unchecking hours, for months at a time on a resource. There's a box under that that says Move Resource. Click on that just so I can show how this works. Okay, the current resource group for this is 101. If we decide to rearrange this, and this may be a bad example, but if you decided that Resource 101 machine really fits in the same group with the 118 and the 130, then you could say move to resource group DM6/8. And if you don't know the exact code, you hit that move to button to do a search. And you don't necessarily have to do it here. If you put in the new resource group and hit OK, then anything that's scheduled on 101 stays on 101, but it's now grouped together in your total for that new resource group. Okay?
So it doesn't actually move the resource in with this group.
Yes, it would. Actually, let's do that. Go ahead and do the search and change the DM6/8. And then hit your OK button. Okay, now I've got 3 resources in 308. And now go back to the group for 101. And you'll notice that it still doesn't say inactive. Typically, when you remove a resource and you no longer have an active resource in the group shows inactive. And for some reason, it's not checked. You might have to refresh and bring the screen back up to see that be inactive. Interesting. Hit your clear button. Okay, now do your search and bring them all in. Okay, it's still, well, let's move that resource back. Save that and then go back to the resource group detail. Okay, so it still has the terminology inactive. It is the group detail, not the resource. The upper left detail. Okay, there isn't a checkbox in the inactive, but it's not grayed out either. It used to be, it would be saying inactive, grayed out, and it'd be a checkbox. I don't know why that's changed at this point, but it truly is inactive if it doesn't have any resources in it. And this might be some of that issue we had with the stuff yesterday where the resources weren't showing up right the way they were loaded. Okay. Questions? I've either done a very good job of describing this or I just spent an hour talking about stuff you already know. But at least we're all on the same page at this point. Okay. Now, here's an example.
I have a question.
Yeah.
If you move this particular job to a different resource, does it just pertain to this one, or is it for everyone going forward? You follow me?
Repeat the question.
If you move a resource, does it just pertain to that particular, to this particular order? And when you load, when another order gets loaded in, does it default back to the original resource, or do you have to go back in and change it again?
Okay. When we're changing it here, we're defining which resources belong to which resource group. Every resource has to belong to one and only one group.
Okay.
If you have a job that when you created the job, the scheduling requirement said resource group 101, when I scheduled that job, it was assigned to resource 101. Now that I moved 101 to a different group, the job still is referring to 101 as the scheduling requirement 101 group.
Okay.
But there's a tab on the job that says scheduled resource, scheduled at the end. It'll still show 101.
Okay.
When I go to the resource group scheduling board or the dispatch list for group 101, that job won't show anymore because the schedule, it looks at the scheduled resource and then it sorts it by the group that that resource belongs to.
Okay.
But the other impact you would have is that when you schedule a brand new job, that the scheduling requirement says Group 101, it won't be able to schedule that because right now there are no resources in that group.
Gotcha.
Okay. This is an example of why I don't like the same code for the group as the resource, because I have to keep really specifying whether I'm talking about Group 101 or Resource 101. So yeah, when you do this scenario where you remove the last resource from a group, you really need a query of all of the jobs and or part revisions that have been referenced in Group 101 and change that to the new group. Because those jobs won't schedule, and you don't want to wait until you really need production to start before you find out that that job can't be scheduled. So when you're making that, in other words, if Resource Group 101 had 3 resources in it, and I'm only removing 1, I don't necessarily have to change any methods because I still have valid resources for that group. It's only those items that I've removed all of the resources from the group, or I've got items that I still want to only run on machine 101, then I have to make sure that those part routings are still valid. They're either only requesting the resource and not also the resource group, or I have to make sure that they're referencing the new resource group. So I almost have to look at a specific example to show you this is what you must do in this case. But hopefully this little explanation makes sense.
Yeah, that helped. Thank you.
Okay. Another curiosity thing looking at this, is I'm looking at the labor rate where I've got setup and production. This I'm assuming is one, or maybe you changed it while I wasn't looking, where the setup is one person working full-time and the production is he's running 2 machines. That's the way it was originally set up. So that's probably the intention there, was that I've only got, well, I'm taking either 2 people to set up, or it's taking 100% of his time while he's doing setup.
Okay, so changing the production rate to half of what the actual setup rate is, that's in essence doing the same thing as changing the crew size.
Right. Instead of saying that the crew size is 0.5, you say that the dollar rate that I'm applying per hour is $14.65. And again, that labor rate isn't necessarily what you're paying that person. It's all the costs that you want to be categorized as labor. It may include things that could also possibly be burden. You know, you want to have employee benefits identified as part of the labor cost, or do you want to have it identified as part of the burden? Kind of your choice, but whatever dollar rate you put here is what gets categorized in that category. Right. Any other questions on the field before we really try to get into the details of how they're set up? If we have no one that can really speak for Ohio Rod, we might want to go to a different plant and look at those specific resources. But again, the way this plant is set up, because the total resources is only 7, including 1 in shipping and 1 in outside processing, it's basically saying I've only got 5 machines in that plant that actually make stuff. And it's probably way understated. If you haven't been using Epicor to schedule the plant, that's understandable why you set it up. Mm-hmm. You just need a resource to apply cost, and you're not worried that I've actually got, 25 of those things called 101. And 101 is really just a category of machines. But when you get to scheduling, especially if you're doing finite scheduling, you have to be quite precise on defining the number of resources in the correct calendars. Because with finite scheduling, it will not overload, and if it says that a machine or a job is going to finish 3 weeks after the scheduled ship date, it'll just schedule the job 3 weeks later if that's what it thinks your capacity is.
Johnson, you do have some finite resources I noticed in the sheet you sent me back. You aware of that?
No. Lots of bigger.
On the sheet that you sent me for the resources to upload in EFG1, you have 5 or 6 resources that are considered as finite. Okay.
And then, the other side.
Okay. Yeah, you can probably widen that tree section a little bit. Okay, so this is the Chandler client. And we've got 3 resource groups at the top that are all 1/2 national and then different characters, which I'm assuming are different individual machines.
Yeah, the different types of groups. This is a 2-die machine, 4-die machine.
Okay.
This is a bolt maker. I mean, they're all 1/2-inch machines, but they're set up differently.
Right. And I know the first 2 had only 1 resource defined. Is there only one?
Yeah.
2 heads and only 1 forehead. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
1 2-die, 1 4-die. And they have 2 different 1/2-inch national bolt makers.
Okay. Could you expand the resources on that 3rd group? Okay, so you've got a machine 1039 and a 1040. These machines have 1039 and 1040 painted right on them or signed someplace in the factory?
Can you answer that?
Yeah, there's a sign on them.
Okay. So
I
that,
actually the numbers may actually be painted on the machines also.
okay. So that's good. So if you have a schedule that says these are the things that have to be run on 1039, everybody knows exactly what that machine is because they can just walk out and see it. Okay.
Correct.
So that's good. So if you have a part that you don't care whether it runs on 1039 or 1040, you would give the group as the scheduling requirement on the method. And if you were infinitely loaded, it would reference 1039 for everything that's scheduled in that group. So 1039 might be 150% loaded, but 1040 would be 0% loaded. So when a planner is looking at his capacity to determine if reschedules or overtime is required, he'd be looking at the group ID and making sure that the group is below 100%. He's not that concerned about the individual resource because it can easily flip from one to the other. But if you had a part that must run on 1040, then the scheduling requirements tab would have the resource CP 1040 and not the group. And again, just to reiterate the point I made a little bit earlier and again yesterday, if the resource, if the method of manufacturing, the operation had a scheduling requirement of the group 1/2 national and the resource CP 1040, if I later decided to move CP 1040 to a different group, that job would not schedule anymore because there's a conflict with the group and the resource. So by only identifying the group or an individual resource, I can now move that resource to other groups and not cause a job to not be able to schedule. Now the first two items, would you ever have parts that could run on the 2-die or the 4-die? Let me rephrase it. Maybe they could physically, but you would not want to schedule them. You'd always want the parts to be on the 2-die or the 4-die.
Yeah, there are some. Excuse me. There are some that are definitely machine specific.
Right. So in those scenarios, because those resource groups right now only have one machine, it doesn't really matter whether you're requiring the group or the resource. In the future, if you might be buying another 2-die machine, then if your routing's called for the group, then in the future, as you add more and more resources in that group, you don't have to re-engineer those parts because they're already saying any member within the half-inch 2-die group is a valid machine for that operation. If you had a part that you really didn't care whether it ran on the 2-die or the 4-die, because those are in different resource groups, in order to schedule that way, you could create that thing called a capability, and you say that both the 2-die and the 4-die have that capability. And then when you schedule the job, it would alternate between those two depending on which one has the available capacity on the date the system wants you to run the job. If you're not finite scheduling, it doesn't really gain you much to create a capability because it's always going to assign it to the first resource on that capability list anyway, so you may as well just define it as that resource. Okay. Now this particular resource, or excuse me, resource group does not have a backflush warehouse identified. So if I run an operation at that place and it has material set to backflush, it's going to go through that hierarchy to decide where to pull the inventory from. And that may or may not be an issue. So I don't know that it's worth really talking about that anymore with the engineering group, but if I come back to talk with the scheduling and inventory group, then we'll discuss that whole backflush. Okay, half-inch Waterbury, what's that have for resources? Okay, so again, that's got two that are interchangeable. Mm-hmm. Okay, and then the 3/4 national. But these all, again, not knowing those machines, my first glance, it looks like they're set up okay.
I believe so, yeah. They're all fairly specific. We only have a couple multiples.
Yeah. I guess maybe that Cincinnati grinder and grinder number 2, why would those not be in the same group? Are they different locations of the plant, different capacities?
What they can grind dimensionally.
Yeah, I think it's the capability of the machine.
Yes.
I don't know that much about them, but I know they're grouped that way for a reason.
Okay. So as long as the engineering group knows the difference so that when they create a part routing, they know which grinder group to assign it, that could be okay. And I'm assuming you have a similar thing with the pointers?
Yeah, we have information on all the machines, and as we go through and build the router, we can assign it to a specific machine based on what we know the geometry of the part is.
Do you generally assign a specific machine, or do you occasionally use the group?
A lot of times for like thread rolling, we'll use the group and whatever machine's open. Same thing with the trimmers. And kind of leave it up to the point when it gets there what's free.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Your outside processing, could you open that? Okay, so you just got a generic resource called outside processing. That's probably fine. Some companies like to create a resource for each of their major subcontractors so that they can see, which jobs are going to Acme Plating and which ones are going to Ajax. You've also got suppliers assigned, and you've got open purchase orders by suppliers, so it's kind of redundant to have specific resources as well, but you do have that option if you wish. Now shipping. Do you actually have shipping as an operation where you're doing capacity planning and or adding labor burden?
Did you repeat that? I'm sorry.
I noticed you have a resource group for shipping, which implies that you must have an operation on your routing for shipping at which you're trying to capture either labor and or burden.
Not totally sure, to be honest with you. I don't do much with shipping, but yeah, it must be. Let me see. That hand pack. There's hand pack and then the packing system.
Okay. So you have an operation of preparing for shipping rather than actually doing the shipping transactions.
Well, I think some of the parts are actually physically hand packed and other parts are packed through the shaker system. I think that may be why there's the two resources.
Right. Right. Okay. So that looks pretty valid there. Those two resources, again, they look like they have the same exact descriptions. The ID is slightly different, the way you spell pack, I guess.
CPH pack and CP
hand pack and okay.
Yeah, the first one's hand pack and the second one's the packing system.
Okay. Yeah, I because sometimes it shows the description and not the ID, I suggest you add hand pack or machine pack as part of the description as well.
Okay.
If I was looking at a report and it just said CP shipping, I wouldn't know whether it was hand pack or not.
Okay.
Unless I saw the ID. Yeah, that's much better, I think. Okay. Now, the calendars on these are 4 by 10, so you are really only working one shift, but it's a 10-hour shift, 4 days. The reason I ask that is some people say, yeah, but I'm actually running 2 4 by 10 shifts, 20 hours a day.
No, there's only shipping's only one shift, so that looks like that's right.
Okay. All right. I guess the only other two that are striking me are those bottom two. Do you have operations for engineering?
I've never used those. I don't know exactly what they're for.
Yeah. Yeah, the engineering, again, unless you're trying to capture the time that you're doing engineering, or unless the engineering people are involved in setup or something like that, you might not need that resource group. And idle time also, you probably don't need a resource group for that because you can assign an expense account where you want the dollars to go for idle time. There's also something called an indirect activity code, where you can say, I'm not really working on a job, but I'm not idle either. I'm attending employee training, I'm attending group meetings, I'm doing machine repair. You can create indirect activity codes for those types of things so that you can track the time that you're not on a job, you're actually doing that particular function. You know, you may have a guy that normally runs machines, but for some reason you're caught up on your schedule, and so you have him helping out in shipping. You know, you may want him to log on to an indirect activity code called shipping so that you can track how many hours he's doing that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'd have to refer to Scott on all that to see how he does that.
Method where used.
I can't remember where we found that yesterday.
What's that?
There it is. Top third, second column. Between the L and the P. Hey, they're alphabetical, awesome. Don't even laugh about that, but the menu, the position on the menu is set in menu maintenance, and there isn't a button that just says sort alphabetically. People have to insert them in the right place, and sometimes they put them in the wrong place.
Yeah, I can rearrange that.
Yeah. Yeah, just do a bring them all in. Get your, drop that off. Get your fresh. That's why we're going to do that. I believe that's a custom report that you built. Okay, there it is. Now, do a group by resource group. That's the far right now.
Oh, that's research.
Yeah, drag it up and see if engineering shows up.
You want research group ID?
Research group or research, either one. They both say engineering, right?
Come on.
You can do it. Squirt a little WD-40 on your monitor.
Sasha, bigger service.
Okay.
Bigger service. You're watching YouTube video over there, you're filming it.
Yes, but it's a work-related YouTube video.
I'm trying to enrich your stuff.
Yeah, and then just scroll down and see. Yeah, that's going to be all from American. We skip way over the
Yeah. Well, it doesn't look like it's attached to anything anyways. I didn't even see any idle time CPs in there.
Okay. So I guess this plant has things lined up pretty well. Do you want to look at another plant, or are people pretty much comfortable with this?
I know our plant's 1-to-1, so when the way it was set up, they set up one machine, one resource, one machine, one resource. When instance, all of our tappers that can do certain sizes, like our MAS 14 tappers, should have all been under one group and then separated out by resource at that point, but it's not how the system was set up originally. So
okay. So we could,
I understand that.
So we could create new groups and then reassign those resources to different groups.
Mm-hmm. But that's all being done with, I mean, for visual purposes, we could do it just to show.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Resource group. Search. Apparently we have a full load of resources. Why did that not come up?
Can you try again? So if you did search, nothing comes up.
Oh, not through itself, fast.
Look at
Oh, they're not loaded yet. Are you in EFG1 Telefast or
Test.
in what company? Are you in Telefast company or EFG1 company? Yeah, they're not loaded.
You're not loaded on here. That's
Yeah.
why they're not coming up.
So you would need to go on different company. Yep. So, here for you.
Hurry up. There we go. See right there. It's all one-to-one. And all of these MAS 14s, all these could be under, well, I want to say majority of them can be under one group, and then there's, I believe, 3 of them that we only do certain products on. They could be their own group.
They could be their own group, or you could, if you wanted to do finance scheduling, you could give them the capability and say these 3 machines have the capability of, you know, whatever that attribute is.
Yeah.
But yeah, without using capabilities, right now, because it's one-to-one, you have to assign a part to MAS 14G, and it'll always be scheduled there, even though you may want to, as often, run it on I, J, K, whatever.
Yeah.
And when you look at your daily schedule, and you wanted to check your capacity, some of the reports, you can't break down to the resource, they're only by the resource group. So you'd have to look at, 6 different screens before you could get your total capacity. Whereas if they're all in one group, you can go to screens and here's the total for the whole group, here's the total for each individual resource. So you have the option of doing that if they've been brought together in the same resource group. But if they're standalone groups, you can't necessarily do that somewhere. What department are those in? Are they in the same department with other machines?
Yeah, all these from MAS 14 all the way down to the MAS 8, all those are in the tapping department. They're all nut tap machines.
Okay. And there are no other resources in the tapping department?
No. Okay. It's all tapping machines that are all lined up.
Okay.
So
you could theoretically look at your load by department and be relatively okay. But if you wanted to drill down to individual resources, you have a lot of drilling to do. Okay.
So from this point, just for kicks and giggles, from this point right here, if I want to group all of these 14s together, do I create a new resource group right now, and then one at a time move all these resources from the 14B group to, let's say it's just mass 14 pack. Yep, this is the new group. Right. So I move, okay.
You want to do that? Because now is the time before I load them in.
Well, that's all stuff that you're automatically going to be doing anyways, because I don't have the details on which ones are particular to society.
And remember, this is your ID field. You normally allow space.
No. I mark those ones just so I can keep it consistent. Yes, I know. Go away. Leave me alone. Okay. They didn't put any spaces in. I'll just do that 14.
Why don't you put it in the tap department?
Oh, was there tapping?
Oh, I thought you said there was, but I guess not.
No, I think we just put it on the production.
If we're using the plant calendar, you don't need a calendar here. Again, because you got AMM, you have to put at least an input warehouse in the bin. I recommend you also put it in the output.
And I think that's all we should watch me now, right?
Yes,
sir. Just
now you notice that inactive, it's grayed out and it has a checkbox. Okay. Because I no longer, but right now I don't have an active resource within it, so it has to be inactive. Now take your first mass 14 and move it to that group.
Yeah, really going inactive. All right.
I go to resources. See, it didn't move. I think the problem is you put the description rather than the ID for the move to. You didn't say mass 14 tabs.
Oh, I didn't. Yeah. Where's my resource go?
Good question. Do you have a group called test as an ID? Yeah, test machine for training. See it? Up a little bit. I bet you the test is under
Sure do.
Save that to your clipboard and you can Control V it for all those.
Okay.
Now highlight the group. There's a detail on the top. See now inactive is not checked because I now have an active resource under it.
Maybe these other ones don't have that check mark in there because there are bill of operations that still have those on them.
No, the problem is before, when I removed all of the resources it turned grayed out, but it wasn't checked for some reason. Here I've added an active one to it, because resource was already active when I moved it, and if there's an active resource in the group, then the group is active.
Then both of those into this one.
Yep.
All right. Looks good.
Okay. Now, in the real world, if you were doing all of this, you then want to go, right now you still don't have any methods calling for that new resource group.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to go through your method where you use and find out all those parts that have been sorted through the individual resource groups and either change them to the new resource group or change it to an individual resource.
Okay, so after moving everything from these groups down into this one large group right here, you now have to go into the methods where you figure out all the part numbers that have them on there and make sure that their group and this individual resource are on the same one.
All right. The reason that you created the new resource group was so that you could identify that parts could run under multiple machines. Whereas right now they have to run on one.
Yeah.
So those routings, if they are calling for the old resource group and they can run on any of the MAS-14s,
Mm-hmm.
you would give it the new MAS-14 group as a scheduling requirement.
Okay, because right now all that's being called out on theirs is the actual resource.
Right. Well, it might be the actual resource, or it might be the resource group that is no longer active because you moved the resource from it. In other words, if it said I'm using group MAS-14D,
mm-hmm.
MAS-14D is now inactive because I moved the resource to the new group.
Yes.
If the routed to the resource, I don't have to change it for it to schedule on that specific resource, but it'll never go to any of the other MAS-14.
Yeah, so it won't go to anything else. All those are part of this MAS-14 group.
Right.
Okay.
So if you have parts that you really want to be valid for any of the MAS-14s, then you give it to the group. If it has to go on the one individual, you leave it on the resource, but not the old resource group.
Okay, so you take off the individual resource from the method of manufacturing, you actually apply the group. And so that's where we said you have the three different, you have the capability, the group, and the resource?
Possibly. Let me rephrase it again. Right now, I don't know if the old routings were calling for the resource or the group.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If they were calling for the group, you must change them.
Yes.
Because that group's no longer active. If they were calling for the individual resource, you can leave it there if you want it to always be that resource. But if you want it to be valid on all of them, then you have to take off the resource and put it on the new group.
Yes. Okay.
If you have scenarios that can run on some of the MAS-14s but not all of them, then you have to create a capability, give it a subset of that new group,
mm-hmm.
and then assign the capability as the scheduling requirement on the parts.
Okay. Oh, I guess I should go 14 in there.
You probably don't need group because by definition it is a resource group. So. I know, I like the diagram sentences.
Oh, that's fine. I mean, these I don't necessarily have to tap as an active.
Yeah, it depends on when you save it. If you create all the resource groups and leave the screen and then come back, they don't always automatically change to active when you add a resource to it. So I like to just go back and verify for sure that the resource group is now active. Okay. Do you want to set up a capability so you can see how those are created?
Sure. I
think that's important to do. Again, I don't know at this point whether you'll be using them, but part of the decision of should I use them or not is what's the administrative cost of using them. So you can minimize this screen because we may want to come back and modify some resources again. And go to scheduling setup and capability, very top. Now, again, there's one table for capabilities. You have to be a little bit creative on how you code these things. But for example, right now, what would be an attribute of the MAS 14 machines that would cause you to want to group things together?
Finish text, flanges.
Okay. So why don't you do a capability? Now, is it just finish? Different stuff.
There's particular machines that can only run flanges.
Okay.
But they can also run a finished hex, where the finished hex machines can only run finished hex in no flanges. So if we were to run a flange nut, we'd have to run it on, let's say, machine A, B, or C. We don't have a choice.
Okay.
Though if it's just a general everyday finished hex, we can run it on any of the machines.
Okay. So if there was a finished hex part, you would give it the group. So it's only a flanged part that you need the capability.
Yes.
So we create a capability called flange. Okay. And then tab, and then it will say not on file, I want to create new ES. Give the description. Now, you don't need an operation or an operation standard, but you do need a primary resource group. And the reason you need a primary resource group is if you have an operation where the only scheduling requirement is a capability, the primary resource group is where it goes to get your burden rates and your labor rates, your cost estimates. Okay, so you gave it the MAS 14 tab, which is good. And go ahead and hit save. And then go to the Resources tab, and on the new icon, I like to hit that little black arrow, make sure that you're getting new resource as opposed to creating a new capability. And then for your resource ID, why don't you put the MAS 14B? I think that's what it's called. You can right-click and do a search if you want.
MAS 14B. Yeah.
Okay, now if you hit the enter code on your keyboard, it should have the next row. Resource could not be found in the resource file. I think it was reading that from the second line. You might double click. Type MAS 14C in that next one. And hit tab rather than enter. And then hit save. See if you get that message again.
Now I double click it.
Yep. Now, The resource priority has the same codes on these two right now. So when the system schedules a job where the operation is requiring that capability, we'll we'll figure out what time do I want to run this operation in order to get the job completed by its required date. And let's say it decides that it wants to run it on June 1st between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. It would look at MAS 14B because it's the first one on the list, and it would say, do I have capacity available on June 1 between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. with nothing else scheduled in between that time? And if nothing else was scheduled, it would assign MAS 14B as the resource for it. And when I look at the load for the resource group, I would see the hours for that job, because the hours are going to be assigned to that resource, and then it summarizes the resource by resource group. So I can't look at a load report for a capability. I use the capability to assign the resource to the operation, and then the hours are summed up by the group. If MAS 14B was not available between 7 and 9 a.m. on June 1, it would then go to MAS 14C and say, is it available during those hours? And if it is, it schedules it. If it's not, then it'll look for the closest time when one of those two is available. Okay. Now, if MAS 14B was not checked finite, or I was not using finite scheduling at the time, when it checks 14B, is it available? Yes, it'll be available, because by definition, it's always available on the working hours, regardless of what else is scheduled. So everything would end up being on 14B. So that's why I said it really doesn't help to use capabilities if you're infinitely scheduling, because they're always going to go on 14B anyway. You may as well say that 14B is the requirement for here. The only real advantage of using the capability is that in the future, if you decide to use finite scheduling, or you just want to get a listing of what are all the resources that can run flanged heads, then you can just go to capability and see which resources are assigned. Now, assuming you are doing finite capacity, if you go in that field that says resource priority, and you put any number greater than a 0 on 14C, then it'll check 14C first and then go to 14B. The priority, the higher the number, the closer, or the first one it looks at. So it doesn't really matter if it's 1 or 1,000, as long as it's higher than the other resource, it'll check that one first. Okay. You add a third resource, you may want to call the third one a 1 and change the 14C to 2. Sometimes people will maybe go a little bit overboard, and let's say that we're talking about a welding operation, and that B and C are robot welders, and we say, well, I could also manually weld it. So I could add a manual welder resource as the third priority, but in that scenario, the system may say both robots are already scheduled between 7 and 9 a.m., but the manual welder isn't, so it assigns the manual welder. If the manual welder wasn't there, it might have found that one of the robots was available between 7:01 and 9:01. So instead of waiting 1 minute to run the job on a robot welder, it assigned it to a manual welder, and it's going to take longer to run. So I don't want to put an emergency-only resource on a capability. I only want to use the ones that I really want to schedule on a first-come basis. And if I schedule a capability using robots and it comes back with a job that's going to finish 3 days late, then I may manually change it to a manual welder. But let the system only assign it to the primary resources that are pretty close together. There's a field here that says production factor that theoretically you can say, if I use this resource, it takes longer. I've never found that to really work. Now, maybe they fixed it. I don't have access to the Epicor software as much as I used to when I worked for Epicor, so I haven't been able to validate it. So in the past, when I looked at it, it really didn't the production factor really didn't help. So I typically just leave it blank, and I'll still schedule the same 2 hours of the job. It's just which resource I give it to.
Okay. Now, when you say you leave it blank, you leave it at 1, or you?
I leave it at 1. I don't change it. Okay. I guess another way of saying this is that if there was a significant difference in the production time and therefore the cost, I probably wouldn't put them on the same capability. I'd probably use those as an emergency only.
Okay.
Yeah. If those two machines are all plus or minus 20%, I've probably got more variability just on machine availability, downtime, efficiency, whatever. So I'm not going to complicate my scheduling just to make it plus or minus 15% instead of plus or minus 20.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just not that confident. Maybe I'm jaded from many years of being responsible for a plant getting production out the door. All right. Questions from anyone in the group on capabilities? All right. Wow, 11 o'clock already. How time flies when you're having a remote session. What else can I say about this? Let's shift gears a little bit and look at your operation masters. Just out of curiosity, go to options and hit retrieve all rows. Should be fun. And hit search again. I want to see just how many you have out there. $366. Well, couldn't get 300 more, could you?
I know for our plant, we have some subcontracting operations when it comes to heat treating and plating.
Mm-hmm.
That they were put in as heat treat 001, heat treat 002, heat treat 003, and in essence, they're all heat treat. It's just when they were created, because when they were originally developed, people didn't want to go into the comments and change the comments. They treated heat treat 001, let's just say that's a hardness of 51 to 60.
Mm-hmm.
And then they'll say heat treat 2, the hardness of 52 to 59. So they didn't have to retype all that information out again. They would just use heat treat 1 if it needed heat treat 1, heat treat 2 if it needed heat treat 2. That I wouldn't see as being a problem if we only have 5 types of heat treating. But I believe on our list we have about 100 and some heat treats. And for the plating, I know we're up to 144. Yeah. So if you want to know what plating number 64 is, you actually have to go and you have to look at the comments and pull up the operation. If that's not the plating number you're looking for, you now have to start searching through all the different plating operations to understand what they are. So, and I think originally when this was set up, I don't think it was necessarily set up correctly or used in the manner in which it should have been. I like the way Chandler has theirs set up, or EFG Euclid. I like the way theirs is set up over ours, where they just have a heat treating operation, and they put all their specifics to the heat treating operation in the comments, so that everything is looked at as a heat treat. Mm-hmm. Instead of everything being its own individual comment. So I mean, this is all the information. I could sit here and I could go through all 70 of them, but
Right, right. So I can see one advantage here, because the comments are so important, that you've got consistency on these comments. Because if you had just a generic heat treat, and then on the individual method someone would type in the comment, it may not always have all these things. Hopefully it would, but because a comment is basically a text field, it could be in a slightly different scenario, or he could forget to put plating none. Yeah. And it's hard to predict exactly what errors could happen. I might heat punch incorrectly and say 180,000 PSI minimum, and everything else was correct. You know, by pulling it in from the operation, you're for sure to get consistent comments for every single operation to bring in, as long as they've been edited and set up correctly. I get that question a lot. Like, you know, you may have an operation called CNC milling, and I got 5 different CNC machines. The minimum number of operations would be to just have that one operation master, and after I pull it into a parts method, I then have to go to the scheduling resource and make sure I've got the right resource on it. Or I could have 5 CNC milling operations, and one says CNC milling machine 1, next one CNC machining machine 2. And then when I drag it in, I just make sure I select the one that's got the right resource, and I don't have to go into the scheduling requirements and change the resource. So the disadvantage is I now may have 150 operations instead of 35, but once I select the right operation, I don't have to go through and update the machine. Or in your heat treat example, you don't have to go in and update the comments. So you've got that balancing act between sorting through more operation masters to find the correct one versus having more update after I bring it in. When you save the operation master, go ahead and click on the scheduling requirements tab. And resource groups probably. Resource. Okay, you have to have a scheduling requirement to save the resource, or excuse me, save the operation. In this case, it was given this resource called outside process, and every outside operation has that same resource code. If this were an in-house operation master, you probably have a resource group. Now, you only brought in the heat treat. Yeah, I'd like to see one of the other in-house operations. Yeah, just you have to do your search again. Yeah. Okay, so again, I don't recognize these codes, but I'm sure they mean something to.
Yeah, they're just bolt makers that we have in our facility.
Right. So the description says bolt maker 375A.
That's the size. These are size designations. High-speed bolt maker, the national.
Okay. Now again, that is describing machine that's doing the work. It's not describing the work itself. Is there only one step to make that?
For the high speed, yeah, these pretty much do all the. They do the forming of it, the trimming of it, the points, the threading, and then it's kicked out into a bin, and that bin is sent for heat treat or plating, whatever's next on the list.
Right.
So they are one big step up themselves.
So, excuse me, so high-speed bolt making probably is a valid description because it's making the bolt in a high-speed fashion. And right now you've got one resource group that does that.
No, we have two different. The way Telefast is set up, or EFG Bria, the way it's set up right now, all these machines and everything are set up as a one-to-one, because this does a certain range. I believe the range of this one goes from the small one. I think it's 3 millimeter. So it's not 3 millimeter. What is it? 3/8, a half-inch, I believe is what this one is, and then this other one is 9/16, like 5/8 or 7/8.
Right.
I don't know exactly what the sizes are, but they can only do a certain range between the two of them,
Right.
and they don't really cross between the two, except for maybe a half-inch.
Right.
And
Okay.
that's it.
So this is the example I was just talking about before. You could have had a single operation called high-speed bolt making, and when you pull it into a part, based on the characteristics of that part, you would assign it either one high-speed bolt maker resource or a different one, depending on the particular part. In this scenario, because you only have two options, you're only increasing your number of operations by one, and you're saving maybe half of your updates. Because if it's roughly half of the parts go on one machine and half on the other, you're saving a lot of changing the defaults by just having one more operation. So that's probably okay. Now another group you didn't bring in where it said BS6000, what would that be?
Those BS6000 pieces, I believe, are subcontracted bought parts. They're brought in, they're used on other items.
I see now that you got the subcontract.
Yeah, they're bought and brought in and used on other items.
Now, you're just looking at the thing here with the terminology. The show group by, you can do that on the search screen as well. So you could do a show group by and then pull in the subcontract, and then that would be one way to get all the non-subcontracts together. Or you could just click on the word subcontract and it would be listed by either checked or unchecked, whichever one's first.
Okay.
So that helps you to narrow down, okay, I don't want to look at subcontracts. Okay, so then you hit the plus under subcontract false. Those are all your in-house operations. But since you only brought in 100, it's only sorting those first 100. It's not getting all of them.
Overall, looking for example feature.
Yep.
So these are our bolt making machines. These are deflection machines, and then these are heading machines and a hand roll. So parts.
Okay. So if you're defining a routing, you would be basically describing the types of machines that they go through rather than the actions.
If we're describing a part?
Yeah, in other words, like when I'm thinking of a routing for making a bolt, I would think of more in terms of actions. It would be like cut the sides, form the head, cut the threads, as opposed to cutter, head maker, threading, whatever. You're kind of describing the machines, but the machines are really only doing one type of activity.
Currently, the way the system is set up, is they are all one-to-one, so we specify each machine in the actual description. So if we were to pull up the bill of material, we would see, okay, it's getting HD 375A, and then it'll show mass 14C, and then it'll show heat treat 001. So it's showing everything individual on what it is. It doesn't actually specify as in, okay, the heading operation, the threading operation, plating. It doesn't show it like that. That's how you use it, correct?
Yeah. So if the operation is HD 375A, the resource is an HD 375.
Is one resource. That's it. HD 375A is just one resource, 56 National. That's all.
Okay.
And that's the same for this one right here, an 89. It's not,
Yeah, I think that for your industry, this is fine. I'll get off my little soapbox. In other industries where you have, you know, let's say I've got a turning operation that requires a lathe.
Yeah.
It might be rough turn, it might be finish turn, which has different requirements, and I could do either of those operations on the same machine, but they're done at different steps of the routing. So my operation wouldn't just say lathe 25A, Op 10 would be rough turning, and then I'd send it out for slot or whatever, and then later operation 50 would say finish turn, but it would also be on that same lathe. If my operation was just describing the machine, and it came back to that machine later, op 10 would be the same description as op 50, and I don't know, just looking at that op 50, is that the final or is that an intermediate turn, and there's going to be another operation 80 on there. Yeah. Because you only go to a certain type of machine once during the course of production, it's a moot point to give it a different name because the description of the machine really is describing what they're doing. Okay. So you got your operations. The scheduling requirements, if you could click on that for me, I just want to see if that's, okay, so that's again a resource in this scenario, and the resource group, make sure that's blank. Okay. Yep. So here you define an individual resource. So as we were saying before, if that resource gets moved to a different group, this job will still schedule, but it will continue to only be scheduled on HD 625A. If you later bought another resource that could do the same exact function, maybe it's 625B, then you want to either create a capability or put those two on the same resource group and then come back to this part and identify it as the group rather than the individual machine. I think that you would have had more flexibility going into the future to have the group identified, but I could be wrong. Yeah. Because if you did identify the group and then move that resource to a different group, then you must come back and reschedule this job. Whereas now you don't have to, as long as you're willing to let it constantly on the 625A. And even if you bought another 625B, it could run off the same schedule that says 625A. It's just that I now have, in effect, double capacity on that resource. I've got the mirror image of it, a clone sitting next to it that I can run the parts on either of those. But if I buy another machine and don't identify it as a resource, the system still thinks that I've got 8 hours a day to schedule that operation. And now if I define another resource, it now says that my capacity is 16 hours a day. I want to rephrase it. Whatever group that resource is assigned to is now gone up by the number of hours that that resource is scheduled. But if that resource isn't identified on any operations, it'll never throw a load against it. Okay. Was today the day that there's some kind of meeting at 11:30?
No, I believe that's tomorrow.
Okay. Okay, I'm just thinking of topics, so if we should take another break. What time in the morning is it out in the West Coast?
It's 8:15.
All right, you're just about ready to wake up, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Most of the way through my coffee.
Okay. Questions. Where would you want me to go next? Do you want to actually build some jobs and schedule them? Or do you more interested in the data setup and not really concerned about the schedule? All right.
Are we able to, right now I know there's 1 or 2 parts that are going through our system at our plant where it will either have the ability to make it on one of these headers or it's going to be able to be made on a voltmeter. Are we able to, let's just create a part that has a method of manufacture for one of the headers and the volt, and one of them goes towards the voltmeter, so that we have 2 different methods for one part? Can we have that set up so we can see how that would work in the system?
Sure, we could do that. you have an actual part number in mind, or do you want to create a whole new part number so that we can easily find this in the test, and when we're done, we wouldn't be able to actually wipe it out if we create a job and.
No, this is.
We don't do
I believe it's, yeah, this is in the test session, so I'll be able to find part number.
While you're looking that up, even though it is getting close to lunchtime, let's take about a 5-minute break. Okay.
I'm gonna have to get on cheap and get some creamer or something. I don't know how I feel about drinking some espresso today. Right, Masha? Yeah? Yeah? Went home yesterday and was wired. Yeah, my wife looks at me. My wife looks at me and she said, "Did you leave me alone?" I'm like, what do you mean? What do you want? She's like, did you have coffee today? I did. How big was the cup? She's like, oh my gosh, I need to go away.
Every day when I'm like at work, I think that's he's always like that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Just stay like an hour. So.
Yeah. What do you think, Josh? What should I have done? Good job. Yep, I pulled this part out. This is a 12-point flange screw that we currently make, and right now, as you can see, there's only one revision to this. That's revision 0.
Mm-hmm.
So, I guess where would we start, and would we just create another revision?
I would create another revision. You don't necessarily have to, but I'd like to preserve the old one. So, I don't know if you can, once you've started this, I don't think you can create a new revision here anymore. You have to close this and create a new revision and then check it out.
So the best avenue of doing that, just so other people can see and I can learn as well.
Yeah. Once you've checked out a part and it's on the engineering workbench, I believe you can create a new method, excuse me, a new revision. But when you check out revision 0, it becomes unapproved and not available for people to use. So I normally go to the part master and create a new revision, and then either through Express Checkout or regular engineering workbench, I would then check out that new revision that I made.
So actually go to the part.
Go to the part, enter the part number, and then create a new part revision. Now, a couple ways you can do it. You go to list view, click on it, and hit enter, and it'll add another row. Okay, and then
now these revision fields right here, I think I mentioned it to you yesterday. Are they limited? Are they limited to alphanumerical, only alpha, only numerical? I mean,
they're alphanumeric. I just don't remember how many characters you have. You could start typing 1, 2, 3, 4, 0 right there.
It's like 12 characters and all goes out.
So you typically go 0, 1, 2, 3, or A, B, C, or does it vary?
Because right now at this point, because everything that we have is a revision 0 or revision 00, we don't have multiple revisions on any of our parts that I have seen. If there is one that exists, I don't know of it.
Okay.
So at this point, just for example purposes, I'm just putting DM on here for a bolt maker setup. Right now, this is only set up on one of our headers, and just so I can see it between being made on a bolt maker and being on the header, how it would be set up between the two.
Okay.
It doesn't matter at this point. No.
That's really all you need. Go ahead and hit save. Okay. And now you can check out that revision.
Can I do it from in here? Yeah. Sure I can.
And then which ETO group do you want to check it out to? It might default to Express checkout, but I don't know that for sure.
I did not see my name. No, that's bad. Yeah, we'll just use audio Ricky. That's fine.
Now you could create a new one. Type a name in there and hit OK. It will say group not found. You want to create a new one.
Yeah, I'm not hurt about that.
Okay. Now you want to go to the engineering workbench for that ECO.
After clicking OK.
Yeah.
Okay. And that checks it out.
Right. The ECO group here shows you the group where it is checked out.
Okay.
The ECO field is the ECO that you associate with that revision and you create it, and that's an optional field. You don't need to do that.
So we have that. Oh, we have some more already.
Yep. So make sure you pick your 8088.
I didn't even know there was no solution. Okay, and because it doesn't have any operations or materials, that's why we're not getting the plus.
Right.
Final rate.
Now you have the option at this point of building it piece by piece, or you could copy from an existing one if that existing one has been marked as, oh, let me rephrase it. You can copy a parts revision as long as the revision is approved. You can copy from a job or a quote if the job or the quote is marked as a template. Okay, a job or a quote, you have to mark it as a template, and that stops you from copying from a job that was an abnormal job or an abnormal quote. But if the part revision is approved, that's good enough authorization to copy that to another part. Okay. But you probably want to make this unique enough you want to build it piece by piece.
Well, because it pretty much has the same sort of a setup as another part, just because this is in a test environment and just for sample purposes. I mean, I could go through and build it piece by piece, but it'd probably just be easier just to pull something in.
Okay. So then you would go actions, revision, get details.
Yeah. Different methods, jobs, quotes.
Yep. Okay, now it assumes that you want to copy from a revision on the same part number, but you can change the part number and copy from something else.
Oh, that one doesn't exist. I don't know which one's on. Make this one. Oh, okay. Looks like I'm going to be doing it.
You just want to do part numbers and shit right there? Like that's 3006?
Well, this is a not. This is actually a 12-point plan. So they're two different ones. This one is made on a. This one's made on a maybe too.
Like pulling like a revision from a different part, you could just pull that part. Like if you're on the 8088, you kind of pull it on the part number to their revision.
Yeah, that's trying to pull in the parts and pieces. But I mean, I can go through and I can add anything one at a time. I mean, it's not that much harder.
Now, this may be example. You're going to have multiple operations, right? This may be an example of that click and drag where you hold your control and you select a bunch of them and drag them over. Okay. I wasn't able to show that yesterday. Okay. You can remember how to get there.
I would have to. Wouldn't I have to pull up a? I have to pull up an active part that's approved and then go.
No.
Yep, I remember.
Go to the engineering tab on the second row tabs.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And if you want to start with the operations, then you go to the operation master. Now, yesterday, we did a search on operation to pull them in. I want to show you a different way. Remember, nothing in Epicor, there's only one way to do. Go up to actions.
One second. Let me make sure. I think I wrote this down. Yesterday. The manufacturing engineering operation master search. Yep, I did write it down.
Okay. Now, instead of doing the operations search, go to actions. Actions menu up there. And auto load engineering data. Second from the bottom. And say load operation master details. Okay. And now it brought in all those operation masters. You didn't have to go through the search and select them and hit OK. And if you want to later do the materials the same way, you can do auto load engineering data, load materials. And then when you hit the material tab, all the parts will be there.
And that loads all of them?
Yes. When you do the auto load, it loads all of them.
Okay.
So what would be the first step of your routing? Well, we didn't want you to do that. Delete that bugger.
Something good over here.
I'm trying to teach you something. Okay, so you highlighted the first one.
Yep.
Now hold the control key and highlight your second operation. And if you have to scroll too far, you can go to the operation code and start typing it in, and then it'll snap to that section.
Let's just say that was
Remember, hold your control key and you hit it. Yep. And now the third operation. Okay, then drag that on the word operation. Were you holding the control key?
I don't think I was for the last one. John, your mom. Okay, bolt maker 375A. After the bolt maker, I want heat treat. Control HTO1. And then I want to go with plating.
If this doesn't work, it could be that when you start putting in the operation code instead of just scrolling, you might be losing that connection. I don't know for sure. Typically when I'm doing this, all the operations are there and we're not doing that little typing in on the operation code. So. Okay. This time I should hold the control and just scroll down without clicking on anything until you find the shipping. So we're stacking the end.
Well, it has the plate.
Okay.
There's a stack, there's a plate.
Okay.
So yeah, I think I just
didn't hold the control on the last one.
Yeah. Oh, that was probably on the, that's probably why packaging was that.
Right.
That's probably what she's thinking.
So find one that's still orange. Thought you had pack.
I did. Why did it?
Did you hold your control key?
I did. I swear I did. I love it. We do it this way. Bolt maker. Heat treat. Control heat treat. Now I'm just going to drag the two, see if that works.
No. When you type in it,
When you type it in, it disconnects it.
You want to scroll through
Oh, maker.
If you have to do that much scrolling, it's probably easier to just drag them one at a time. Just to prove my theory here.
Later.
Hey, what? Finally, what make your heat treat?
Path plate connect. Oh. Well, actually, these two would be switched around. But that's just as easy as doing.
Okay. Now, when you did the click and drag, it didn't add any time. So now I'd go back and make sure that you got the right amount of time.
What do you mean, the time?
Pieces per hour?
Oh, the standards?
Yeah.
Well, wouldn't I want to save at this point? Because it would build this, and then I should be able to, no, that one has a standard in it. This actually has all the parts and stuff and brings up its own time production.
Okay.
Correct?
Yep.
Heat treats, those are outside ops. Plates outside, patches outside. Packing. Yeah, that doesn't have any standard to it.
Okay.
That's the way the system is set up right now. And then this 8088, of course, already has one.
Right. So you don't have an operation standard for PAC, but do you want to assign it? I mean, typically, if you have an operation, you want to plan some amount of time for that. Right. If it's strictly a gate point that says, yes, it's been packed.
I agree with you, but I believe at this time we don't assign any sort of time to it in the system.
Okay. So any time that you apply to it then would be a variance from expectations. Not a technical variance because you're not using standard costs.
Mm-hmm.
Close the job, it'll say your actual time is 5 minutes, your expected time is 0, therefore it's going to edit out as something that needs to be reviewed. But if you put 5 minutes in there and it took anywhere from 4 to 7 minutes, it would say that's within my plus or minus. I'm going to go ahead and automatically close it. But if my plan was 0, any time at all would be an infinite percentage, so it's going to kick out as an error to be reviewed.
Yeah, I'd have to talk with Gabby to see if that's how it pops up on her system.
Yeah.
And how that works.
It seems to me, when I was here before, that the job closing process, people were saying that the auto closing wasn't working and that they had to manually close every job. Mm-hmm. It could be for things like that. If you don't have any standard time, then the system treats it as if it's an infinite variation, and it's not within my plus or minus 2%.
Okay.
But like I said, that'll be a decision to be made whether we add time to that operation. Now, you're outside. Did that bring over any days out?
Let's see.
Yeah, finish that.
I thought I put that in. Oh, let's go.
Materials, yeah.
Heat treat, subcontract. Nope.
Yeah, there's no cost. Well, you might have a cost on a price list.
Where does this unit cost get pulled to?
Where does it get pulled to? It would get pulled into the estimated cost in a category called subcontract.
Okay.
So it's not labor or burden, it's subcontract. And
okay.
The actual dollar amount, you've loaded it as price rates to the supplier price list.
Okay. It would be 7,
Okay, now again, 7 would be a week and 2 days.
Yes. That's for when it comes to outsourcing for EFG Berea, that's the default number that gets applied.
Yep. So that's saying that I ship it out on a Monday and it comes back the following Wednesday.
Yes.
Okay. Kind of a triangulation. I ask the same question 2 or 3 different ways, and if I get the same answer. And I know that you either lucky or you understood my question.
Trickery.
That is not my job.
So the node will have the days out, that now has a material attached to it.
Yep.
Okay. So that's building it. That's building it under this revision BM for this part number.
Right.
Let's say all is fine and dandy, everything's on here, manufacturing comment.
Well, let me ask another question
Okay.
before we go. The 3 subcontract operations, I'm assuming those are all 3 different suppliers.
Yes.
And does the material come back here, or does it go directly from one subcontract to the next? Or does it vary by part?
That depends on how we have it set up. Well, I should say that depends on how they do their routing within shipping and receiving. I'm not sure if they have it directly sent, or most of the time it comes back to us. Because it all can vary. Some places we do have where they do both heat treating and plating at the same facility, which would fall under a heat treating plate operation.
Right.
Some of the heat treats, they'll go out, they'll come back, and if it's a hot item rush, we'll actually have them drop ship it. I use drop ship from the heat treat to the plating without even coming to us, where they just send us samples.
Right. So when you get some kind of proof of delivery or proof of shipment, then you would receive the PO from the first subcontract and show that the material's been shipped, even though you physically are not the one shipping it.
I believe that's how they do it, yes.
Because, again, the way the process is designed for subcontract, you create a purchase order that's associated with the subcontract operation. And there's a separate shipping transaction called subcontractor shipment. And you say that I am shipping job number blah, 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 operation 20, and it's going to the supplier. The next subcontract operation, I would do another shipping, but it's going to be the same job as operation 30 instead of operation 20. The purchase order that's associated with the operation isn't technically required when you do the shipping. There's a PO field, and you could put it in there, which is great information so that it shows on the packing slip when it shows up at the subcontractor, these are the parts for purchase order 3645. But I don't technically need the PO until I receive it. And when I receive it, that completes that operation and marks it available to be shipped to the next place. The system doesn't stop you from doing the shipping even before I've done the PO receipt. But I could theoretically come to a scenario where operation 30 and 40 are complete, and operation 20 never was because nobody did the PO receipt. Or they received 9 pieces out of 10 and didn't mark it complete. So, but that's the intention of all the processes that take place. So if truly you did heat treat and plate at the same supplier, it would be better to have a single operation, and your unit cost is the cost for them to do both things.
Okay.
And you don't have to have 2 separate POs or 2 separate shipments, 2 separate receipts. You just got to combine costs. If it's going to different places, then that has to be a different operation because you're going to have a different purchase order with different payments going to different.
Typically speaking, it's usually broken up amongst different people. But there's only every once in a while that has to be done at the same time at the same place. Okay. All right, so we have, let's say this is our second revision of BM to this part number right here, which is checked out. The whole part number 8088 is not checked out. It's only this revision, correct?
Correct. Right now, if I created another job for part number 8088, it will only let me pull details from Rev 00 because Rev BM has been checked out.
Okay.
Now, there's another thing you could do here that I'd like to do before you move on, is to go to Actions and review the costs. Actions, revision, and review costs. Okay, so down at the bottom of the screen there, you can see that the material cost for the part is a little over a penny. I've got 1.4 cents of labor. I've got 0.4587 cents worth of burden, and I've got a 2/10 of a penny for subcontract per unit. Okay. Now, the reason it's coming up with those very small items is you have a costing lot size on the part that says take these times and divide it by X number of pieces. Yeah. And the subcontract, it's pulling its parts up based on that price list, which we didn't actually look at. But I can see that there was one loaded somewhere because it did come up with 0.0244 cents.
Okay. Okay, so this revision, I'm able to prove it and check it in, correct?
Correct.
Checking, sure. Checking complete. Okay. Now, if we go to run a job with that part number, there's going to be both revisions that are available now to be chosen on which one we want to run on which particular machine.
Right, because because you didn't unapprove the old revision when the new one came in. Some systems I've worked with, you could only have one active revision at a time, and as soon as B becomes effective, A is automatically unapproved. EPCOR doesn't do that, so right now you've got the choice. You could use either revision.
Okay.
And let's actually create a job just to show that.
And that shows our two different revisions.
Right.
There.
Right. So now revision DM is still not approved. Why not? Oh, maybe you just didn't. Did you not check it back in yet?
I did check it back in.
Right.
Description and change.
Oh, you got to type that in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So you got to follow that instruction after you hit refresh. Okay. There it is. Yep.
It's good.
All right.
Now I can close out of the prep maintenance. Operations. Jeez.
Yeah, go to job entry.
Oh, it's because I'm in the test environment.
Now for a job, it's one of the few parts in EPICOR where the job ID is alphanumeric and you can type in anything you want as a job number as long as that hasn't been used before. Purchase order, a sales order, a quote, a shipment, the system always assigns the next available number in sequence. But job number, if you hit next job, it'll bring in the next available number, but you can add characters in front or behind that, or you could totally wipe it out and type in your name if you want. So you can call it new job test 1 or test PM or whatever you want to call it. Okay, and then hit OK. Because that job number has never been used, the system accepts it.
Okay.
Now sometimes, one thing that comes in a little handy is that if you scrap some parts on a job and you want to rework them to salvage them, you could create a new job with a job number RWK and then the original job number. And then the job, then it gives you a couple of examples. One, you can look at jobs and search by jobs beginning with RWK and you see all your rework jobs. And you can see the job number of the original job so that you know what parts are supposed to grab to redo. If you're starting a brand new job from scratch, I wouldn't call it an RWK. I'm redoing it because of scrap, but it's not really fixing an old thing. I'm starting a brand new job.
Okay, now I typed in 8088 and it automatically brought up the BM revision.
Right. And the reason is because
it has the most recent active date.
Right. That BM has a required by date of today. Now go to the required by date field and change a past due date. It's right in the center of the screen. Right now it's blank. Yeah, choose Monday the 13th. Okay, and hit save. Okay, it looks like it's left revision BM, even though it's technically not revised yet.
Mm-hmm.
If MRP created a job and a job's required date is before 4/15, it would have used Rev 0. But because I'm manually creating the job, it's letting me pick any approved revision, even if it has a future effectivity date.
Okay.
And that comes in handy if your first job or your first run with a new method is kind of a test. So I'm going to leave the date out in the future until after I've run it once and make sure that everything is okay.
It didn't bring any operations.
Right. You haven't gotten the details yet. Okay. Creating a job, there's 4 steps. The first step is the job header, and that's all you've done so far.
Mm-hmm.
You created the job number, the part number, and a required by date. Okay? The next step is the demand link, where you say how many I'm going to make. And you hit that under the drop down for the new icon, and you choose new demand link. And because we don't have a sales order yet, we choose make to stock. And then it defaults to the primary warehouse for that part, and then you just put in the quantity for how many you want to make. Okay, 10,000. Hit your save button. And now the production quantity in the top center in that gray field, it's now updated to 10,000. Okay. If you wanted to say I'm making 10,000 for this warehouse and 5,000 for another, I'd have 2 demand links, and the total up there would show 15,000.
Okay.
Another way of doing it would be if you sold 10,000 but your minimum run is 15, you could create a demand link directly to the order for 10,000 and then to the warehouse for the remaining 5. Okay. That would be a scenario where something is normally a non-stock made direct, but the customer didn't order enough for the production quantity you want to run. You have to add a second demand link to bump up the quantity and have it tied to stock rather than to the sales order. If you do a direct tie to a sales order, you can't make more than what the sales order calls for. At least I don't think you can. I haven't tested it more. Okay, so that's the second. We did the demand link for the quantity. Now we do the get details. So you go to actions, job, get details. And again, you've got a choice of methods, jobs, or quotes, but it defaults to the current part number that you're making, and it automatically highlights the most effective
date. Yep. So this is where I choose either I want it to run on the header or the bolt maker.
Right. And again, this is a place where I think it's kind of a misnomer on a job to show that field that says Rev BM. Because you could choose Rev 0 and run it, but that field still says Rev BM. It's not really Rev BM, it's a different Rev. So I don't like Epicor even showing the Rev on the job.
Yeah.
Because it's not reliable information. Even if I pull the method from BM, I could add another operation directly to the job. And it's not really Rev BM anymore.
Yeah.
It's a different job-dependent method. So we actually do want to build from BM, right? Yeah. But if you wanted, you could choose 0 because it's so easy. Yeah.
Now here at this point, I'm able to add, like you said, I'm able to add anything that I would want to the job, take away anything I would want to if there's any particular changes.
You could change the material, you can change the timing on the operations, you could decide that you're going to do plate and, what was the PA? You could do that as one operation instead of two if it's at the same place.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you do any modification you want. When you're done modifying it, or if you're accepting it the way it is, you have to check the engineered box on the right-hand side. Now, the definition of these job statuses, because I manually created it, it's automatically going to be firm. If MRP created it, it would be an unfirm job. But if you want to change anything at all on an unfirm job, you have to firm it first. And from that point on, it is firm. I can't back it back to an unfirm status. If a job is unfirm and you no longer need it, MRP will delete it. If it was created for 10,000 and suddenly I get another demand, if the job is not yet firm, MRP will automatically change the quantity. But if I firm it and the quantity isn't correct anymore, I need more parts or fewer parts, MRP will create a change suggestion, but it won't actually change a firm job. Okay. Released means it can now have transactions against it. It's released to the floor for production. If I engineer it and schedule it, but I don't release it, then it's on my scheduling board because I'm planning capacity for it, but it doesn't actually show up on the MES screen or the priority dispatch, and the people can't do any transactions until it's been released.
Okay. Now, who would be the person that does the releasing? Typically, it's done by a job scheduler, and he typically only releases jobs a day or two before they're scheduled to start. Because if I release jobs 2 or 3 weeks ahead of time, the shop might start running those instead of the ones that you actually want. Okay. Other companies say, well, as soon as I create it, I'm going to go ahead and release it while I'm on the screen because I know that the people in the shop are always going to run the oldest jobs first because they're very reliable that way. So I'm going to go ahead and release it now. The only issue with that, as I said before, if things change and that job has already been firmed up, MRP is not going to do the heavy lifting. It's going to keep giving you reschedule messages as things change. If things don't change very often, it's a moot point. Go ahead and release it. Okay. Well, we're just going to release it. So we've done 3 steps on the job now. We've created the job header. We've created a demand link to get the quantities. We got details and market engineered so that we know how we're going to build it. The last step is to actually schedule it. You see in the center block there, it says it's required by 413, but it doesn't have any start or due date. And those fields are gray. You have to schedule the job in order for the system to put in those dates. So let's go up to Actions, Schedule, Job Scheduling. Now, when you do a job schedule, you've got 2 choices. You could do a forward schedule from a specific date, and it defaults to today's date. And that way, it will schedule Op 10, and when that's done, Op 20, and that's done, Op 30, and it'll tell you when this job is going to be complete. A backward schedule is when you give it a desired due date, and then it tells you when you have to start in order to meet that date. MRP always back schedules, and most companies also back schedule. There's a company setting that says allow historical dates, and if that is not checked, the system will not allow you to schedule something in the past. So even if I'm doing a back schedule, it'll revert to a forward schedule. Your due date or your required date on this job was 413, which is already in the past. So when we schedule it backwards, we'll find out whether your company setting says allow historical dates. Because if you don't allow historical dates, the thing will automatically revert to start on 415, and it'll tell you when it gets done. If you do allow historical dates, the system will say, fine, in order to get this thing done by 413, you should have started it on 4/9, and then it'll tell you that you're 5 days behind schedule. Okay. I tend to like allowing scheduling in the past because I want the jobs that are the farthest behind to show up at the top of my list. If I don't allow historical dates, when I look at today's date and it says here's everything that's supposed to start today and there's 25 jobs, I can't tell that one of them is 5 days behind schedule and the others are right on. So
to me, I get more information if I allow historical dates. But a lot of other people say, no, it's possible to start something yesterday, so don't schedule in the past. Tell me how far behind I am by. At the end of the job says your job is finishing on April 17th. You're going to miss your recorded date of the 14th. So let's backward schedule and find out a few things here. Woohoo! Job is currently scheduled to finish 5/14. It will not meet its recorded date of 4/13. Okay, so the system reverted to a forward schedule from today. Actually, today is the 14th? The 15th. Today is 15th. So why did it schedule in the past but still saying I can't get done?
No, it's in May 15th.
May 15th as opposed to, okay.
He's doing by May 15th. Because we're past the requirement.
It's going to take over a month to do it. Okay, go ahead and hit okay. Now, I know you had certain things in mind and you want to do this test, but I want to show the effect of some of those resource things that we did, like queue time and repeats per hour or whatever. Mm-hmm. And one of the easiest ways to show that is on the job scheduling board. And you can get there from here by going to Actions, Schedule, Job Scheduling Board. Okay, now, it automatically brought up that job number because we were on the job entry screen when we opened it. Mm-hmm. You could have gone to the menu for job scheduling board and then told it which job you wanted to look at. And you can look at as many jobs on the screen at once as you want, but we're just going to look at this one for now. First off, maximize the screen so that we get as much visibility as we can. Now, hit the Schedule tab on the top row of tabs. Okay, this shows the timeline. If you double-click on the job number on the left, it will open up the operations. Okay? And if you right-click on the first operation and choose Start Time, it'll automatically set the timeline to show you the time of that first operation. The first operation is highlighted in the tree side, or the left side, so click the Detail tab on the top. And now you'll see the details of Operation 10 there in the center. It's scheduled to start at 12 a.m. on the 15th and end at 1:57 a.m. Your estimated hours is 1.95. That 1.95 came from your routing for how much time it thinks it takes to do this operation for 10,000 pieces. And that came to just under 2 hours. Mm-hmm. And that's the total of setup and production. I don't remember whether you had any setup on that first step or not.
Oh, there's 1 hour setup.
Right. It's 1 hour setup and 0.95 hours of runtime.
Mm-hmm. Which makes sense because it's 100 and some odd pieces a minute.
Right. On the lower right, under Resource, it shows you the resource that was assigned to do that job. It's the BM375A. Now, on that operation, it probably was identified that that was the only available resource to do that. So it's very expected that that's the resource group, or the resource that got that. If you go to the, go back to the Schedule tab and highlight the second operation, which is an outside operation, and go to the details. Okay. The estimated hours shows 0 because it's a subcontract, but you can see the number of days went from the 15th to the 24th. The actual time of day is the same because it's just a full day.
I like to dock these details on the Schedule tab so you can see one on the top or on the bottom so you don't have to go back and forth between the screens. Because you just drag it down when you're in the first screen.
Yeah, in other words, sometimes you do this by mistake. But if you hold your cursor down and start moving it, you get that black line, and then you can set it where you want it. And now I've got the scheduling bars on the top, the detail down below. Now I maybe should have not dragged it quite so far.
And then if you
I can see everything except the materials at the very bottom. If you have a big enough computer screen, you can see everything. Another option, if you had 2 monitors, if you can grab this baby and drag it all the way over, I think you can. You don't have 2 monitors, so I can't.
Not here, but I do.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then as you click on those operations,
Right. It automatically changes it to that operation 30. That's operation 40.
Oh, look at that.
Okay. Now, if you want to move this back where it was, if you just double click at the top of that box, it puts it back to where it normally was. Okay, now, these timelines, we can't see the whole job because it extends out too far. If you click on the date and drag it to the right, it compresses. Okay, so now I can see the whole job. If I go in the other direction, I start seeing hours within the day. And so if you had an operation with a lot of in-house steps, sometimes you want to look at it right down to the hours details to see how things line up. Out of curiosity, one day just dragging it, I got it down to seconds on the minimum side, and when I went the other way, I got it to centuries. Here's the 2000, here's the 21, so
you can
bars get very
you can also
small
display different information in these bars.
Right. Yep. Yeah. There's various setups you can do. This little icon here, it's kind of hard to tell what that is, but it's a document with little check boxes. If you click that, it tells you what the colors mean on the bars, and you can change the colors here if you want. I recommend that you don't change the colors, because if you're on the phone with somebody and says, well, is the bar green or is it yellow? Well, if you change the color, it doesn't matter. But down here where it says scheduling bar text, it defaulted to the job number, the assembly number, and the sequence. If I want, I could just have the operation code in the job, or I could have the job and the customer number if it was a make direct. If it's a make to stock, it'll just say stock, and that doesn't really tell you anything. So the job assembly sequence probably makes the most sense to show, but you might want to see the part number instead. Totally your choice. And this, when you change this, it's for your use, so it doesn't affect other people using the screen. It's just your ID. Okay. The color codes, if the bar at the top is blue, that means the job is on time. If the bar at the top is red, that means the job is late. The system defines late as the required by date is before the due date. In a lot of systems, due date and required by is the same thing. In Epicor, the required by date is the date that something has to be received in stock in order to keep that part from going negative or going below minimum. If it's the end level item, it's usually the ship date of the sales order. If it's a fabricated part, it's the date that that part has to be pulled from stock to go to the next level job. That's the required date. The due date is the scheduled completion based on the number of hours left between now and then and how many hours is left on the job. So if the due date is before or after, on or before the required date, the job is on time. If the due date is after the required date, the job is late. Okay. Jobs don't automatically reschedule just because the date goes into the past. You have to run global scheduling, or you have to go to the job and reschedule it. So if the job was required on the 13th and you scheduled it before the 13th and it said it's due on the 13th, even though it's now the 15th, that job will not show it's late because the required date is still on or before, the due date is still on or before the required date. That's kind of weird. I would think that if the due date is in the past, it should show late whether it's been rescheduled or not, but it just doesn't work that way. So a late job could be something that's required in the future, an on-time job could be something that's still open, and required in the past. If you run rescheduling every night, it'll keep lining up.
We're going to take a break, or?
Yep. Oh, I didn't realize we're already afternoon. My bad. And this is probably about as much as I needed to go on the scheduling for right now. But after lunch, we'll pick that up again. So because I kept you late, let's get back together at 1:15. Does that sound good?
Okay, that's all good.
All right. Those of you on remote sessions, we'll keep the meeting open so you don't have to find a different meeting ID, but you can yourself log off and just log back on again with the same meeting ID. Okay.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello, how you doing? It's Dustin and Jonathan.
Oh, hi.
We still have about 10, 15 minutes to get started.
Yeah, that's fine. I just seen somebody on the screen moving stuff around, and I thought I was late or something.
No.
No, it's Sneeze playing around.
Oh.
Safe to do in the test environment.
You guys up there use alternate processes at all?
Current, I'm not on mute, am I?
No.
Oh. Currently, we do not, but because everybody's going to the EFG1 company, it's something that we have to start investigating or looking at, just because we'll be moving things from one plant to another on getting some of our projects done, and we have to find the best way to set it up in the system so that, you know, of course, everything's done through the system and all the planning is done correctly. Because right now it's cut a PDO, send it over, and a bunch of other stuff that has to go into it. Kind of a pain in the butt.
Yeah, that transfer job, you mean?
Yeah, that's something that we're going to look at here. I believe we're looking at it today.
Yeah, we're at 2:30. We're gonna look at some operations transfers, actually, not parts.
Well, I don't know if the alternate process, I have not seen that done yet. Whether the alternate process will allow you to use a different plant or not.
So what do you?
I'm not sure.
I know what you're trying to do. But that's why you have to transfer processes.
I guess.
It does give you the plant. It does give you the plant location. So,
Yeah, right now I know I'm only in Telefast Industries, so when I do the new alt method, the only plant that it's giving me right now is Telefast, but I think if I go into the other system, let me see. I'll do that next. Let's go to Telefast. Oh, it's not set up there. Jammer.
well, see, that it would be kind of hard for you to transfer costs that way.
Yeah, and that's one of the questions that we are trying to look into is how is something like that going to get moved over? How is that going to get calculated? Revision, alt method.
Me and Brian down in, there it is.
Yeah, see, so with EFG1 company, everybody's loaded into it. I could possibly choose another plant to have it done at. Alt description, put my ID in. Not quite sure what would happen, but.
Well,
Alternate method of review. Let's see.
you would have to pick it to run that.
TFI description. Oh, that's cute. Revisions. It's weird.
No.
What's this part number again?
Go to your alternates. Your alternates are not checked out yet.
What's that?
Your alternate's not checked out yet. That's why it's not.
Yeah, that's what I was going to look. I was going to go look for that now. I wanted to write down the number. But how do I do that? I thought I made one. Ready? Maybe that's something we ask him. I'm not entirely sure. It's not under an ECO group.
Go up to actions. Revision.
Would I be checking out this revision or this alt method?
Well, it should allow you to, you've actually created it kind of backwards, but go ahead and check the whole thing out. There you go.
Oh, okay.
See, you're going to check out both of them at the same time. See, we have alternates here down here at Versailles. We don't have alternate plants, but we have alternates.
Okay. So you use alternate methods for different builds, but not for going from one plant to the next.
No, I have probably a third of our methods have an alternate. Go to list.
Then I want this alternate method.
There you go. Now your alternate will look. Now your alternate right now will look just like your original, and now you have to modify your alternate to whatever you want to make it.
However, we would want to make it at the other plant.
That's fine if you want to leave it the exact same thing. But I think your machines will be different.
Oh yeah, the machines and everything, the resources and whatnot should be different.
Right.
I think that's some of the questions that we want to ask is how do we set stuff like that up? Would that be done through the alternate method, or would that be done another way?
I think you're stuck with transfer, but I've asked this question before. It's been a while ago. And I was always told it had to be done transfer in order to get the cost to transfer.
Oh, okay. Hmm.
I always wondered why you couldn't do it this way, and this, after it's all said and done, the bean counters added up what it would cost, and then they manually transferred it to the other company. You know?
Yeah. Yep. That's kind of how I was thinking about it right now.
I put all the hard numbers on the spreadsheet, and I remember myself. And I got I just love that. I will get my
I'm so excited. Oh my God. Everything looks great. Well, the last day of this one. We go on a Thursday.
Okay. That didn't work on their one. What the heck? Why didn't I get details work? That's weird.
You don't have a demand on the job.
Yeah, I just saw that now. Why is it going to Northern Wire? No big deal.
Something wrong with the bomb.
What's that?
There's something wrong with the bomb.
There must be.
Yeah.
What is it doing?
What are you trying to do? That was an option. What are you trying to do? That was an
I'm
option.
trying to figure out why the bill of material is not popping up for this. Doesn't say it's not on it. Trying to figure out what's going on with that part.
Okay.
It had a bill of material to it. It has a bill of material to it. Says it's true. You can see all the parts that are on it.
It's not liking the alternate plant, I think.
Yeah, I wonder if that's what it is.
One way to find out. Back out of there, go back to your part, and then change that that plant back to what it was originally and then resave the alternate. Whoop. There it is.
Why is this popping up in Northern Wire when I'm in Chandler?
That part of Northern Wire part?
No, it's for Chandler. I don't know why it's I don't know why it's popping up in Northern Wire.
Drop down the warehouse and see what's underneath there.
A Northern Wire.
It's the Northern Wire part.
Yeah.
I guess. I did all this in Chandler, though. I don't know why.
When you set up the stock location, you picked Northern Wire.
Did I? I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, you just picked one and said, oh, I'll just use this. I remember when you did that.
I don't know if there's brand Northern Wire here. That's probably why. That's probably why it's not pulling a building, because this is a Northern Wire part of it. And in Chandler, because I'm trying to create the job in Chandler, it's not pulling a bill because it doesn't exist.
Go to Plant tab, and well, you can actually see on the left-hand menu tree, it's only one plant. So if you wanted to do it in the Chandler, you would have to add it there, and then you'll be able to do it. But you still have to create the method because the resources are plant, you know, so the method will not work.
I'm just killing stuff right now. Good thing this is a test environment. Hard to use this. Company DMT load. Cool. Why are we doing that method? Do that method. Plant Chandler products. Okay. No, I would have to set this part number up with a bill inside Chandler's system. Is that what you're saying? Okay. I'd have to set up a bill in Chandler.
Yes.
And if I wanted to pull all the information from Northern Wire, I could do it. Right?
No, because the resources don't exist in their plant.
That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
A Wendy's? It's on the street. By the private gas station?
It went the other way. I have no idea what's down there.
A lot of industrial buildings, a road that goes to Boston Hill for any Wine Ski Resort. I don't think there's much food over that direction. I know if you go this way down the road, there's a good amount of stuff that way. I mean, there's Wendy's, there's a little sit-down restaurant,
and Subway.
It's better than the other direction, but the other way.
So we ended up
Panera down there.
Oh, is it?
No. No, we ended up going too far. I think it was a great food, but it wasn't great service. Went to the Birkwood Tavern. 8188 Drexel Road.
I'm playing around in our environment.
Okay.
Trying to figure some stuff out, but I don't think I'm doing it correctly.
I'll tell you what, I've been back a little bit late. Give me just one more minute to see if there's some hot coffee.
That's fine. I can go away from this part number and start on another one. I love test environment. Oh wait, this is the actual environment. Just kidding. Keep playing. No reaction. Awesome.
Apparently we aren't afternoon coffee break is here, so
You
have
want
to
some?
keep me away.
I can make some. You gonna have more coffee? Coffee? You gonna have coffee?
Probably, yeah.
Hey, coffee, didn't get on file, I say.
Coffee? You gotta have coffee, you do? My son, who didn't hit start activity before he made the cast, just reminded me of something he said when he was barely speaking, one or two word sentences, He's sitting on the floor and he's playing with toys, and all of a sudden he looks up and he goes, "Idea, pizza." Yeah, good idea there, Joe. He fell asleep about the same age. My wife picks him up and she takes him to the crib, and she wasn't going to change into pajamas or anything, but she just took his shoes off and left him sleep in the crib. About an hour and a half later, she heard a little noise and okay, Joe's waking up. So after a while, she went in and he's standing there and he's got sock on one foot and the other foot's bare, and he's wiggling his nose. And she says, "Joe, where's your sock?" And he goes, "Find it." She says, "Is it under the pillow?" "No." "Under the blanket?" "No." "Is it under the sheet?" "No." And he goes, "Find it, find it." And she goes, "Well, I can't find it. I guess I'll have to get you another pair." So she took his other sock off, and the second sock was underneath it. And he's laughing. That's so great.
How old was he?
He was probably, like maybe 18 months or something. I mean, small enough that, he can't get in and out of the crib by himself yet, Find it.
That's hilarious.
And my daughter, I was telling you about that she did all the traveling and stuff. She was probably about 3 or 4, and she always loved horses. Well, she had the spring horse, Blaze, down in the basement where she played, and then she had a little stuffed unicorn that she called Uni. She's down there playing, and all of a sudden she's just yelling and screaming and just sounding terribly angry. And she's, coming up the stairs. And Melissa says, "Jeannie, what's wrong?" She says, "Oh, blazing, you keep making things up." Her own toys wouldn't play with her the way she just reminds you of Calvin and Hobbes. Okay, so with that introduction to the afternoon activities, we talked about doing something exactly. What was it?
Trying to figure out how we can have a part made in one plant and have something set up in another plant.
Right.
And I mean, it's definitely going to be a hurdle to cross on the setup and engineering side of it.
Right. Remember on the revisions, there's a field that says what plant they belong to.
Mm-hmm.
And you can refresh your memory there by pulling up a part in a given plant, and you can either go to, there's about a part entry.
Yeah. I did this a little day ago, but I screwed it up, so I'll find another part.
That's how you learn. Whenever I bought a new house, I'd always drive around and try to get lost, find my way back. It's the best way to find your way around.
Now wait a minute. This can't be product code. Yeah, that's wire form.
Right. The parts are defined at the company level.
Welcome to each one. Why am I in Chandler pulling their stuff?
When you're in part entry, because parts are at the company level, unless you build a filter in, we see all the parts. So
we actually have a filter right there, so you can actually click search there. We'll click search on the right hand. When you highlight the quick search plant,
right, you have to go to quick search.
Highlight it and then click search. There you go. And now you can select the plant. Because right now you're going to be able to see all the parts.
All the things on my, there we go. Well, let's pick a part that we want to make. Manufactured. 26 by 1, that looks good.
Okay. And then go to the revision tab. And you see towards the bottom right there, it says plant quality bolt. Okay, so this revision belongs to quality bolt. Now
I did hit search
hit the plus sign on the plant tree view. Plants 2. There are 2 plants for this part.
So if you select Chandler, let's see. They're manufacturing, and then if you select quality bolt, they're manufacturing too.
Right.
So it's not a transfer order. They're both manufacturing the same part.
Okay.
Okay. Now, if you go back to the revision tab again and go to list view. Okay, interesting. There's only one revision for that. So we haven't yet built a method of manufacturing for the Chandler plant, because the only revision out there belongs to the plant quality bolt. Right-click on that rev and open with method tracker. And expand the operations. And hit the plus sign on. Actually, if you go all the way up to the top, you can say tree, expand tree. Okay. Now, under the operations, there's the resources. And it's saying QB 45 headers, QB rollers, whatever. Those, because this revision belongs to the Quality Bolt plant, all the resources have to belong in that plant. Excuse me, if I check this out to an engineering workbench and I tried to apply a different resource, it would say that resource is not valid because it has to belong to the plant. I can't have a job or therefore a method of manufacturing that crosses plant boundaries. Okay. So if this thing is truly made in the other plant, but the other plant has different equipment, you may not have 4 operations. You may have a piece of machinery in Chandler that can do multiple operations in one step. That's one of the reasons why they have a different method of manufacturing by plant. But even if it had the same exact sequence of steps, it still has to be unique because the resources only belong to one plant. And therefore you have to have unique resources that belong to that plant. Okay. So if you have this scenario, and I think this is the way I understood it before lunch, is that you may want to do the heading operation in one plant and the rolling in another. Yes. Okay. So you would have to create a part number that is just through the heading operation. And that part number would be created or belong to both of those plants. One it would be a manufacturer, the other would be a purchase or transfer. Okay, so like if Chandler was only doing the rolling operation and not doing the subcontract on the pack, I need yet another part number to show after the rolling operation going back to Quality Bolt to finish it up. Or maybe that subcontract operation could be part of Chandler instead of Quality Bolt. You get to decide, how to do that. The decision is really easy when you don't have an outside operation. When you have an outside operation, you decide, okay, who's going to pay the subcontractor for that?
We're going to have Scott join us at 2:30, so we're going to go into more details.
Okay.
The transfer order of the operation. So I still think it's better to create additional part that contains just that one operation than going through whole PO process.
Yep. So yeah, the process would be Chandler would have a part number that says the raw material for that part is the headed material from this, and it would be a transfer type from Quality Bolt so that they would get it transferred to them. And when you have a transfer part, if the cost is the same in both plants, there wouldn't be any dollar difference. It would just be assigned to a different plant. But if each plant also has a costing code, so that the same item could be costed different in different plants. And at this point, I just bumped my head against my accounting ceiling because I'm not sure exactly what account gets hit when it comes out of one plant at $10 and goes into the next plant at 11. I don't know where that $1 difference goes. If there's some kind of account for plant transfers or how that all works. When the Chandler plant completes the rolling, and if that's the only operation on their routing, then that would be received in the inventory under another part number, and then that would be transferred back to Quality Bolt. They would send it to the subcontract, and when it comes back, they do the packing. They'd receive it in inventory and ship it out to the customer. Okay, who just rejoined?
It's Pete over at Chandler.
Okay. We were just talking about Chandler. You must have had an itchy nose, huh?
And sorry, we had contract review, so I didn't want to miss today because Scott's out, so it was just me.
Okay.
Scott's out today? Does he even call him?
Scott's who?
Oh, man. Not feeling.
Yeah, we were just discussing a scenario where we wanted Chandler to do the rolling on this part where currently it's routed to be done completely at Quality Bolt. And this is just an example. I don't know if this is a real part that you'd be doing that.
No, this is hypothetical.
Yeah, hypothetical. But the basic rules that we're discussing is that within Epicor, when you have a method of manufacturing, all of the operations have to be performed in the same plant. If it goes from one plant to another, it has to be a separate part number, separate job. There are some ways around it that I think we're going to be discussing when someone else joins us in about another hour. Sometimes, let me rephrase this. Do you have any scenarios where you have more than one plant identified for the same building? In other words, I've worked at companies where they have plants identified based on the product line, and they'd have a piece of equipment, say a CNC machine, that would do work for both sides of the company. Even though it was physically in one building, and the employee that ran that machine, part of his time was literally working for one company, part of the time for another, even though he was sitting at the same desk.
We don't have that, but we might have employees working at different plants, right?
There may be some adjustments every once in a while for having employees move from one plant to another, but as far as parts, right now I don't think we do. I think everything is just categorized. Okay, this is EFG Berea, this is EFG Euclid. I don't think there is one building that has two different companies under one building.
Yeah. Yeah, the scenario I'm thinking of is if I had one piece of equipment, and because the resources are defined by plant and they have a shop calendar on them, if I had an 8-hour calendar for one machine in one plant and an 8-hour calendar in another plant, that's totaling 16 hours, and I'm really only working for 8 hours on that machine. So it becomes difficult. How do you allocate the time between those two plants and or companies? You may go through and say, okay, 60% of the time I'm working for one plant. So I'll give that a 5-hour calendar, and I'll give a 3-hour calendar for the other plant. But depending on a given day's schedule, I may be working less than 5 hours in one plant and or more than 3 for another. So it's tough to get a good estimate of your true capacity when that piece of equipment is being shared over multiple planning systems. And each one is blind to the load on the other. When Epicor runs MRP or job scheduling, it's by plant. It's the only way you can filter it. So if I'm doing scheduling for the Chandler plant, I mean, I could run global scheduling and do all the plants at once, but the stuff that's in the Chandler plant gets scheduled standalone as if it's not even looking at any other plants. The connection becomes the transfer orders between, and it's kind of treated almost like the difference between a job and a purchase order.
If we go to global scheduling, can we filter there by plant?
You can filter by plant. You can say, I want to run global scheduling at 9:00 p.m., but I'm only doing it for the Chandler plant. And then at 1 a.m. I do it for Quality Bolt. And then at 4 a.m. I do it for a different plant. Or I can say at 9:00 I'm going to kick it off and I'm going to do it for all the plants. And it'll just keep running nonstop until every plant, every open job is going to reschedule. You may or may not want to run it that way. One plant maybe only wants to do global scheduling on the weekend. Another plant may want to run it every night. So you can do that because it's filtered by plant. You can have a weekend schedule that runs global scheduling with every plant, and you can have a Monday, Wednesday schedule that only schedules a certain plant, and then they do global scheduling twice a week instead of only once. Quite often I'll get the request or the question, can I run MRP just for one sales order? And the answer is no. You know, I can't identify a part and say run MRP just for that part. I have to run an MRP for the whole plant. And when you think about it, if you're really familiar with the MRP logic, it starts with a top level item, and it looks at all its components, and if I don't have any inventory, it creates a job to make those parts. And then it looks at the components for that, and if they're purchased parts, it creates POs. If it's manufactured, it creates more jobs. If it's a transfer order, it creates a transfer order request to the supplying plant. So if I'm running MRP for just one plant and I hit a transfer order, the other plant's MRP really doesn't know about it until you run MRP for that plant. So if you have a lot of interaction of parts, you technically can run that MRP for one plant, but you may not get your things driven all the way to the bottom. And again, using this one on here as an example, if I had a part number change at the roll, when I create the job to do the original heading, let me rephrase it, the job would be for the pack part. It would back schedule to the transfer part for the roll, and until I actually create that transfer order, it doesn't create the job for the heading and the other raw material yet. The plant that does the transfer, their MRP system has to pick up, okay, there's a transfer order to ship some parts to the other plant. Do I have any inventory? And if not, then I create the job. But I have to either manually go through the tree and manually create all those things, or I have to run MRP for both plants in order to pick that up. And the engineer's responsibility is to set up all these methods so that it works. All of a sudden, he could have been an accounting major. All right.
Right. It's your fault.
Okay, could you go back to the part tracker for this rather than the method tracker, or the part entry, whatever you found open this. Okay, so it is part maintenance. Okay. Hit the revision detail rather than list. Okay, so what I'm looking for isn't on the revision tab, it's on the part detail. Excuse me, it's not on there either, it's on the plant tab. Are you sure? I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
What are you looking for?
Here it is.
I don't know what I'm looking for. Haven't done it.
Okay, it's on the plant tab, and it says the costing method is average. Because that's at the plant tab, that shows that you could have a different costing method in different plants. I don't know that you'd want to, but you do have that option. Okay. A lot of companies pick a single costing method and use it for every part in every plant. Some companies say, okay, these types of items I want to use a standard cost. Well, maybe you want to use standard on your raw materials purchase parts and average on your manufacturing.
If you're making to stock, I think it's better to have it as standard. If you're making to order, then average would work fine. Because over the time when it sits in inventory, and if you're averaging out, you might be off big time.
Right. And if you're using average cost and you're making to order, it's not actually calculating the average anyway, because the average is the average of what's in inventory. And if I never receive it to inventory, I ship it right from the job to the sales order. It's taking the actual cost of that job. To me, the biggest issue or the advantage of standard over average is your timeliness of doing all of your transactions on the job. Because if I ship the item, but I'm not using MES for my labor reporting and I'm filling out a time card, and I hand it to somebody and they key it in the next day, if I ship it before I do that labor transaction, the cost when I ship it is understated because I haven't told it yet how much labor I had on that last operation. If I was using a standard cost system, it would ship at standard. And then later when I did the labor transaction, it would change that variance because I'm not actually closing and posting that job until after I've done all those transactions. So at the time I ship it, it has what's called a phantom purge, which means if I close the job right now, this would be my variance. But until I complete and close that job, I can still do transactions to offset that. But if I've already shipped the item, it took the cost at the time that I shipped it. So average is fine, but you just want to make sure that you get as many transactions done as accurately as possible before you ship it.
Is it closing or shipping? It calculates everything. Because I think it has to do with the closing, because
at the closing of the job is when all your GL accounts get hit. But I think there's something on the sales order. Heather, are you up to speed enough on this yet? Feel free to contradict me.
I mean, I would guess that it would probably be the closing, because if that's when the GL accounts get hit, that's when you're going to try to calculate and read everything.
Yeah. Yeah, again, the top of my head is kind of flat against my accounting knowledge doing here, but that has always been my understanding, is that the timing of the transactions is less critical when you're doing standard cost than when you're doing average annual line.
Right.
Oh,
Especially if you're closing month to month, you know.
Yep.
There's a lot of companies that would complete the jobs, and then last week in the month they're going to close all the jobs, and that's where all the transactions happen in the GL and everything, and it's all over the place in average. So.
And I think you also find that when you're, the engineer setting things up, like you have this idea of how it's going to work out, and there's so many exceptions that come up with things that average cost just isn't really effective, because it may be a small little, one-off thing here or there, but there's always exceptions, and then just trying to explain those variances. They're all tiny issues. So if you want to figure out what the true variances are, I think if you do standard costing and much with your variances compared to actual, you've got a much less flexible.
Okay. The other field that I was looking for that I still haven't seen is the, I believe it's called costing code. I don't know if it gets tied directly to the plant, but I thought it was on the plant tab here. But I don't see it on this screen. It might be on the part tracker if you can't change it here. Yeah, there's a plant detail there.
Scroll down.
Oh, that's the neat there. Let's see, you've got the Russian code. Lost your A in reason. Under your hold. Russian code for your hold. Maybe Epicor did that, I don't know.
That looks like the custom field because of the spacing between two.
Yeah. So that line up quite right. Okay. Did you want to continue building this other method, or did you want to wait for that other person to join us?
Well, you can continue, and then I guess when he...
Yeah, we'll go ahead and build it, and then when he comes back, get him up to speed. Okay, so first of all, this item could be built in Quality Bolt, right? Excuse me, it could be built in Chandler. Right now, everything is, the only revision is for Quality Bolt. You have an option of either creating a new revision that belongs to Chandler, or an alternate method on this revision that the alternate belongs to Chandler. I don't know how you want to do it. Some companies like to have a standalone revision. Other people that want the revision to be more in line with the drawing would have one revision, and then every plant would have a different alternate of that revision. The problem, or one thing to be aware of, if you use the alternate to a revision, if one of the plant needs a new revision, then they all have to do another revision because the alternates are tied to a revision. Now, let me take that back. As long as you leave revision, the first revision approved, then the other plants would still say their latest method is revision 0 alternate B.
Then that plant cannot have multiple revisions, right? If multiple alternative, like if they had 2 resources they could run part on, they want to create 2 methods, right? So they wouldn't be able to create additional one?
They still could. The problem is all those revisions have to stay approved, okay? Because let's say, again, using these examples, if we create an alternate to revision, what is this current revision on this, B, or B-04, click on the revision tab. Okay, the revision ID is B, looks like a space dash space 2/04. Just sort of a comment in there. Try to avoid special characters in an ID field. Dashes are probably okay, periods are probably okay, slashes might be dangerous. It's kind of like if you put a slash in a file name and the system thinks it's another folder, and it says that's not valid. There are some places in the system where it will get confused if it hits a special character. I've seen one plant where they had 5 warehouses, and cycle counting worked in 4, but it didn't work in the 5th one because the ID of the warehouse was raw ampersand PUR. And then hit that ampersand and ignored everything after that and treated it kind of like a wild card, and the cycle counting functions wouldn't work for that warehouse. There's another one where a company had a resource group that was MAT''L. And those jobs wouldn't schedule because that apostrophe was used up the scheduling system. It's probably okay using this, but you are risking that some part of the system somewhere might start picking up on you, and you realize that there's a special character. So just try to avoid that in general. But having tripped over that soapbox, I have a revision, B-2/04, and it belongs to the Quality Bulk plant. I could create an alternate revision for the Chandler plant. Everything works because we got one approved revision, and they each have a different alternate that's their primary for that plant. Now, Quality Bulk decides that they want a new revision, and they create a revision C-204. And that's approved with a revision of blah, blah, blah. Chandler doesn't need a new bill because their method is just fine, so they don't create an alternate. If I go back to B-204 and unapprove it, now Chandler can't produce the part because they don't have an approved method anymore. Okay? So as long as I leave both revisions approved, Chandler could create 5, or excuse me, Quality Bulk can create 5 revisions if they want, as long as the one that Chandler is using as with an alternate is still approved. As soon as they unapprove it, now they're lost. They have to now create a new alternate with the revision that's approved. If you use a standalone revision for each plant, then you can approve or unapprove revisions at will without affecting other plants. But when I look at the part master, I may see 7 revisions now instead of 1 revision with a bunch of different alternates. Within a plant, the question that Sasha asked earlier, I could have the primary alternate for Chandler and then another alternate for Chandler.
How many?
You can have any number. It just becomes limited to your ability to keep track of it when you're looking at the system.
Good.
You know, an example may be You could have an alternate method where you do the rolling in a different resource group. You could have an alternate method where you don't even do the rolling at all. They send you the rolling operation, and then you subcontract it to somebody else because your rolling machine is down and or overloaded. You could literally create as many as you want, but again, the system is always going to use your primary alternate when it creates a job, and if you want to use a different alternate, you have to either manually create the job or take a pre-existing job, delete the whole routing, and then re-add the new to the alternate you want.
By looking at those parts, it looks like 90% of the parts have only one revision, so I don't see that being a problem of with revisions being inactive or unapproved.
Yeah, most of the time, just from what I've seen even at the other plant, most of the time it's always just one revision. And I haven't ever created any other additional revisions. Unless I'd be creating, like I said, a revision because we have a part that we run on one machine and then I create another revision and run it on a different machine.
Now, just to practice this to see how well it works, hit the new drop down and create a new revision. New part revision, yeah. And let's call it C-2/04. I don't know if that's right or not. But and if you want, you can put the same character string in the description. Let's call it C/204. I don't know that we're going to keep this anyway. Okay. Now you'll notice that the plant is defaulted to Chandler products, probably because you open the screen when you're under the Chandler plant. But you can hit a drop down and give it a different plant if you want. But we actually want this to be Chandler, so we'll leave it there. And hit your save button. Now this revision, because it's a brand new revision, we don't have any methods or operation that are tied to that. So you then check it out to the engineering workbench and build it, just like it was a brand new operation. Instead of doing that right now, to show you the alternate way of doing it, go back to revision B/204 and go to alternate methods tab and choose create new alternate method. Okay, and now give it an alternate method ID of CH. And the alternate description is built-in Chandler or Chandler, whatever. Yeah, that's cool. Wow. Nice to know I'm not the only one that gets the caps lock by mistake. And again, it defaulted to the Chandler products plant. So instead of assuming that it's going to be an alternate way to make it in quality bolt, it assumed that it's an alternate to make it in a different plant. Go ahead and hit save. Now check out revision B/04. And you can either go actions revision checkout or you can, there you go. Okay. Yep, check out. And highlight the, actually, to do the alternate, you end up checking out all alternates for that revision. So it doesn't really matter, I don't think, whether you have B/204 at the top or the one in the second row, but you don't want to see. So highlight, go ahead and highlight that middle one and hit your PCO, and you can use that same group or a different one. Really fine. Okay. Okay, gives you a warning, all the alternates must be checked out. So now go to your engineering workbench for bonds.
You can do it from there. Yeah.
I enjoy going through the files.
And okay, yeah, go to your revision list, and you see it brought in both versions. You want to modify the alternate CH, so highlight that and expand your tree. Okay, so it brought over, because it's an alternate of an existing revision, it brought over the method from the previous, from that revision. So you've still got the resources for QB. And I've been saying all along that if a method belongs to one plant, all the resources have to belong to that plant. And right now we're not fitting that. So I honestly don't know if you'll get an error when you try to check this back in, or if you won't get an error until you try to create a job. Or the third option, I think mistaken. I almost said wrong. And you can have mixed things.
It will not create the job. MRP will not create the job.
Let's try that. Let's approve this and check it back in, and then go to the Chandler plant and try to create a job with it. Let's see how well you remember the job creation steps.
No, I'm creating this job in Chandler, correct?
Correct. Yeah, you want to clear your screen. That's an old job that there for some reason.
Yeah, I was playing with it earlier. What did you see that front one was?
Just click with the other map.
Let's do that.
Can't remember that part number either. I can use that number. There you go.
102.
That's why you keep things minimized. Okay. Let's leave that the way it defaulted. Go to the required by field and put in a date for the end of the month. So hit save. Okay. New demand link. Stack. Put in the quantity. Okay. You don't have to save, but I'd like to after each step. Now we get details. This will be our true test. Okay. It shows B204 alternate method CH because that's the alternate that belongs to the Chandler plant. But you're okay. Show part number blah 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 not found in the part master file. Okay, we got an error, not the one I expected. The material on that method, it says it's not found in the part master file. I think it's just not set up in this plant. Because it was on the method for the quality bolt, but that hasn't been set up as a valid part for this plant. So let's do that, fix that part, and see if we get a different error.
So I'm going and adding that.
You want to go back to your
110
engineering?
Right, we need to go to part maintenance for that part and just add the plant. Part maintenance is already open, so
I didn't want to
clear.
I didn't want to clear the screen.
I think it was 110. Okay, go to the plant tab and look at list. There's only one plant, so click in one of those white fields, or any field and hit your enter key.
We tested this other day with MRP. MRP will just skip over it.
Not letting me do it.
All right, try new plant. You did new parts.
Sorry.
Do you have a modification automatically bring in a part number? You hit new part and it brought in a part number in that field. Standard system, I don't think did that.
Yeah, they probably do. So.
Chamber. Their house.
We just see it.
Click on, yeah. And hit save. Okay, now go back to your job maintenance. Okay, try your get details again. By the way, it doesn't, the orange, why we've got the black triangle. Server terminated unexpectedly.
That's there for research groups.
Interesting. So was did it literally terminate the server, or is it just the wording the message is weird? Get details.
Hold on here. One more. Oh, this is
Well, I'm not sure why why the server ended unexpectedly instead of a message saying,
because they didn't create the handle for handling a message for such situations. So it's probably the default.
Yeah. They expected people to have methods that have the right resources.
Right.
So if we go back to the check that part out to the engineering workbench and change the resources to Chandler resources, you should be able to come back here and get details at that point. Detail for check that part out. It's still checked out. We used to claim that. Maybe we just had to refresh that screen. Because the revision did say boundaries in the UTL group.
Yeah. That's fine. You want to change the channel products. Yep.
So you would go to the Operation 10, and you go to Scheduling Resource, and instead of QB45 Headers National Resource Group, you give it the resource group within Chandler. And I don't know if you keep going, if you're going to do it, CP that or just somebody else?
Channel products.
Okay.
Well, since we're
What
having
headers would do this?
Well, since we're having fun with it, why not? We'll just throw something on there. Do this. I don't know which one it would be. Material would be the same.
Now, you highlighted the word resource, but it didn't update the information. I think you have to click on the
Actual
resource and or the operation.
What are they? That's an outside process.
Right, but it is QB outside, so you have to change it to CP outside. It doesn't do the quick search thing on that.
No, there's a shipping. Not pack.
Okay, now if you approve this and check it back in. Okay, now highlight out 20.
Top 20?
20, yep. And you go to Scheduling and Resources tab. And it says CP Hartford number 20. Go to the Schedule Resource tabs on the bottom row of tabs. Okay, that's blank. Now we'll schedule the job and refresh the screen, and you'll see a resource that we should. So, oh, I'm sorry, you have to go back to the job detail and market engineering. Okay, and now go actions, schedule, job schedule. And we'll do a backwards schedule for 4:30. So okay. It's going to finish in 5:13 instead of 4, whatever. Okay. All right. Now, go to actions, schedule, job scheduling board. And go to schedule tab. And double click on the job number. Shrink the date so that we can see the entire lifespan of it. Yeah, drag in the other direction. That's pretty good. Now, the light blue in front of a couple of those operations, that's that queue time. So the system is saying I finish heading on the morning of the 16th, and then it's going to sit in queue until the 28th. That seems like a really long time to me. And I'm wondering if there's a mistake somewhere, because the rolling, I would think, I don't recall seeing long queue times, but I don't know if we actually looked at that resource in the Chandler plant. So I can't right-click on this particular screen, but I can go to the Details tab. And let's see, I don't want to go there. Go back to the Schedule tab and highlight that Operation 20. Now go to Details. Now that still doesn't help. CP3036, you see that as the ID of the resource. When you go to Resource Maintenance, you have to go to the Resource Group, and this screen isn't showing the Resource Group. So you have to manually open the Resource Group Maintenance screen. So go to your main menu. Set up Resource Group. Do search.
I want to do search or just type in the CP301.
Well, that number is the ID of the resource.
Oh, that's the ID.
If it's also for the group, it'll work, but I don't know if it is. But if you type it in here,
Starting out?
no, resource, and you put in the actual ID of that resource, and then hit search, it'll bring in the resource group that belongs with that resource. This is like a search. If you hit the resource button, it's a search within a search.
Okay.
You're searching for all the resources in the plant to pick the one to find the resource group that that belongs to. Okay. Right. Now go ahead and hit your OK. Now, hours, 65. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who put that or why, but it does say use calendar for move time. So if I had 8 hours a day, it would take 65 divided by 8. It would be that many days of queue time between the previous operation and when this operation would start. Typically, I will see anywhere from 4 hours to 2 or 3 shifts worth of work. Most often, I have a hard time convincing people to even put 4 hours in there, because they feel that that's non-value added time and it shouldn't be in there. But I say, in reality, if all material handling stopped and every operation could only do the work that was all the way completed at the previous step, they could probably run for a while before they run out of stuff. If they could run for 65 hours without running out of material, then 65 is the right number. I'm guessing they probably can only run a few hours, not 2 weeks. But it's kind of a guesswork in terms of what it's going to be, because on some days of the month, you're going to have very little work in process in front of the machine, and other times you can have days work. So you just have to pick a number that you're comfortable with for scheduling. Let's change that to a 6. And again, that literally could have been a fat finger that they meant to hit 6 and they slid over and got to 65. Now, does anybody remember what resource group the other one was that had the long queue time? It doesn't matter. We'll just change one.
The shipping or packing was the last one.
Go ahead and say
shipping. That'd be CP shipping.
Okay. Then go to your clear button, and then bring in that shipping one. Do you have a space in there? Okay, it's PAC, which is shipping resource group. Details.
The hand pack.
CPH pack, okay. So go back to your resource group maintenance and just do a search, and you don't have that many resource groups, you can find one for the hand pack.
I think we have Scott online. Scott, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, great. We'll go into transfer shortly here.
Okay. Yeah, change that to 6 as well. And save. Now, go back to your job scheduling board. Now, go to the scheduling tab. Now, the job scheduling board, it's not just display. You can actually reschedule as well. So double click on that first operation on the yellow bar. No, and the actual Gantt chart, but not the job, the operation. So we go to the blue top. Yep, double click. And that's going to open up a reschedule, and it's set to forward schedule at 4:15 at 12 a.m. And off to the right where it says move option, it currently says operation only. Change that to job all operations, and hit your OK button. Okay, now it rescheduled the job, but now it's only planning 6 hours of queue time in front of those operations. So it's showing instead of being done on May 13th, it's going to be done on April 27th. Okay, and the bars that used to be red are now blue because now the job is being completed before its required date. Remember we said the required date was April 30th?
Will this date change? Or do you have to go to actions, approve, or whatever goes under actions?
Yeah. Right now, if I look at Job Tracker or any scheduling screens, it's reflecting the dates from the blue lines. If I like this reschedule, I can go up to actions and say accept changes. And there's only one job, so it doesn't matter if it's current job or all changes. So go ahead and say accept all changes. And the blue is going to snap back to match the yellow. Now if I look at the job on Job Tracker, it'll show it's scheduled to complete on the 27th. When you're on the job scheduling board or the resource scheduling board, when you reschedule, it's a simulated what-if mode. So I can rearrange a whole bunch of stuff, and when I finally get it the way I want, I go to actions, accept all changes, and then it becomes the efficient schedule. If you get it so goofed up that you want to start all over from scratch, go to actions, undo all changes, and then all the yellow snaps back to match the blue and or red, and then you can start scheduling over. Okay. So in the real world, I like this a little bit better. I may want to put a little bit of queue in front of the third operation, except the third operation is a subcontract, and that queue is kind of built in the 5-day turnaround. Yeah. Okay. And also, this one looks like it is a true 1 week because I'm starting it on a Monday and it's completing on a Monday. So it either has 5 days out if you're using a 5-day calendar, or it says 7 days out with that supplier of the 7-day calendar. I really don't know without double checking. I don't think it's that critical right now. Okay. So that is job scheduling board. That's modifying a part to show that I've got an alternate method for that other plant. And it wouldn't schedule the new job until I made sure that every operation had a resource that was within that plant.
And the old method have to have the warehouse included with it, correct?
That said the warehouse included.
Yeah.
When we created a new part, excuse me, when we added a new plant to the raw material, we had to make sure that it had a warehouse, a primary warehouse within that plant.
And the bin would be automatically assigned.
Yeah, if you don't have a primary bin, then when I go to receive it into that warehouse, it'll default to the first bin in the warehouse, and then you change it to whatever bin you actually put it in. You don't have to have a primary bin for a part. If you do, then that's where it will first default.
Okay.
Okay. I think we're ready to talk about transfer parts now. The transfer jobs. And that's kind of a wide open topic. So what about transfers you want to talk about? The whole get you from MRP planning or something specific?
Scott, I think you have a specific situation here where you want to transfer one operation to another plant. Is that right?
Correct, but the tricky part was we are also going to be doing the operation here as well. So I wasn't sure how to handle it, if I need to make two separate jobs, or because we already have the parts headed on one job.
Okay, so it's not necessarily transfer orders per se. It's when you just want to transfer a job partway through for the other plant to do that operation.
This time, yes.
Yeah. Well,
and if only Quality Bolt was doing that operation, I know how to handle it. But since we're both going to be working on it and we only have one job, I wasn't sure where to go from there.
Yeah. Well, the constraint that you have to live with in Epicor is that a given job must be done with all the operations in the same plant. So if you want an intermediate operation to be done in a different plant, such as Chandler instead of Quality Bolt, you have to have a standalone job to do that operation. And that job has to be created in the Chandler plant with a Chandler resource.
Okay, so should I probably take the current job, which we headed all the parts on, and split the quantity that we're going to send to Quality Bolt to a new job?
Yeah, but you also have to have a part number for that. Unless you...
That's where I wasn't sure if it's going to let me split parts off and then also change the part number.
Yeah. They're doing that operation for a specific job, and they're returning that entire quantity back to the plant to keep going?
Correct. To give you the full picture here, we headed all the parts. The next operation is a shave. It's real slow. So we're going to shave some here while they also shave there.
Even on the same job?
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out, how to handle that. Because we headed them all under one job because we didn't know we were going to send them any at that time.
I think the best way to handle this for you would be to create a new part number for shaved parts and then attach that to your method with the transfer part for the shaved parts at Quality Bolt, which will create a new job with that one operation and the quantity that you need. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I was concerned, though, with how we're going to transfer the parts off of our current job to them to maintain the costs all the way through.
Yeah.
Because technically the part number that is on our current job does not match the one that they're going to be using on their job as raw material.
Could we go to that part number in the system to show it on the screen?
Can you go to live?
Go to live or go into here?
I don't.
Do I want to
Well,
go?
let's see if it's
Yeah, I don't know if this test system is old enough. Let's check. So go to, yeah, you can close that. None of that, you know. All right. I'm in Chandler right now. What's the part number?
The part number is, or the finished part number is 103329.
Is that it?
Yes.
Okay. And let's go to the method tracker for that. You have to go to the revision.
Oh,
Right click on the revision, not the part number. You go to the revision tab.
If you right-click on the Rev 0 and open with Method Tracker, you should see it.
Okay, so you're going to do the heading. Don't expand the tree yet. You're going to do the heading, and then you want Chandler to do the shade. We're going to do.
So I am Chandler. We already did the heading on a job, so that's kind of why I'm stuck. If it had been beforehand, I would have known how to set it all up. But now that there are already pieces on there, is where I'm kind of running into the
yeah. Again, the issue we have is that any given job has to be done entirely in the same plant.
Right.
So if the job is for 10,000 and you want 5,000 of that job to run in a different plant and 5,000 here, rather than half of your production being done in a different plant, that's where you're going to have another layer of complexity here.
Right.
You could create a new part number to represent the shaved part, and you could have that part number added as a component part to Operation 30.
Okay.
That new part number that you create could be set as a transfer part, and you could have the quantity per parent. You might even want to have that a fixed quantity for the quantity that you want the other plant to do.
Okay.
And then I would just do a miscellaneous shipment to ship the parts that you've already headed to go back to that other plant.
Okay.
They would have no cost. Okay, I'm thinking of this. I'm an Indiana Jones making this up as I go. Okay. So now in the other plant, they receive these parts from a miscellaneous shipment. They were not in inventory before because they were their costs and all the parts had already gone into your job where you did the heading. You would do do the shaving operation in the second plant. You report time for that, which would give you a labor and a burden cost to that. When you complete that job, you receive it into inventory. And because it has an average costing method, it would pick up the cost from your labor and burden on that job. You then transfer it, rather than a miscellaneous shipment, you transfer it back to the other part or the other plant, and it would be received at that cost.
Okay.
All right, you're with me so far.
You're right.
I then receive that, or excuse me, issue that quantity to this job.
To Operation 30.
And it would be delivered to Operation 30. Now, Operation 30 happens to be an outside op. So after I issue it there, then you can send the entire quantity in batch. Or if you wanted, you could ship it to the subcontract in multiple shipments. You know, some companies only want to send it when they got the entire. Just say, no, I can handle partial receipts.
Yeah, we do that all the time. That won't be an issue.
Yep. And then when it comes back, you do your rolling and the other operations. So I think your cost would be okay because at the end, you'll have the record of the fact that you issued whatever this job quantity was. You issued that entire quantity of the job. All your material costs came up front. You shipped some stuff to another plant, and they miraculously, well, I shouldn't say miraculously, they did their portion of the job, and so you got that labor and burden. It's going to show up on this job as material. That's probably one of the funky things, is that on your job, Operation 20 was still calling for, let's say, 10,000 pieces, you're going to end up only producing 5,000 there because the other 5,000 is at the plant.
Right.
You have to manually complete that job. So the system would say, I expected to spend more labor and burden on Operation 20, but I only did half of it. But I've also got additional costs coming in from the material that I got from the other plant.
Okay.
So it should add up. I mean, it's going to look funky on that one job, but at the end, I think you're going to be pretty close to what the original would have been if you'd have done it all in one plant.
Okay, so really we'll only need to add one new part number here, and that'll be the shave part that's coming back from the other plant?
Right.
So to send them the original parts that we headed, like the headed blank, I won't have to create a new Epicor number for that?
Say that again?
The parts that we've only headed, I won't have to create a new Epicor number for just like the headed blank, which we're sending to the other plant. I'll just do a miscellaneous shipment?
Correct.
Okay.
And when they receive those parts, their job would not have any material at all. It would just have the operation to do the shaving.
Okay.
Do you want to move to that process? And
yeah, I'd like to build it. I mean, having talked it through, I think that this will work, but we probably should simulate it.
Okay, so we're going to.
In fact, I'm even thinking that maybe, and I'm maybe jumping ahead a little bit here, but you may want to create kind of a generic part number called emergency transfer or something like that, and keep using that same part number every time, rather than creating a unique number for everything that you could possibly send out to be shaved. Just reuse that same number over and over again. Because when I receive it to inventory, I'm immediately going to issue out that same quantity. So it'll constantly be getting a new average cost.
Right.
Okay, so we are creating.
I don't know if this database, how updated this database is, but I do have the actual job number of our current job that I'm talking about if you want to use that.
It doesn't have it in it.
We'll go from scratch. And
yeah, I'm just creating something simple real quick.
Not engineered. Right, because we're going to actually do the transactions and try to track the dollars on it a bit. So it has to be released in order for us to.
Okay, now, wouldn't I be changing this job though? Because this is the, and this technically would be like what he has right now, just the heading operation would be
right.
Job number.
Right, but the scenario that he wanted to test was that they already did the heading before they realized they're going to send some out to ship.
Okay. So just engineering really.
Yep. And just for kicks, let's schedule it too.
Okay. Schedule, sure. Whatever you tell me works.
Right. Yeah, you're only a month off. Of course. Okay. Now, let's go to time and expense entry and report that we finished the 10,000 pieces of OPT 10.
Where's that at?
That would be under job management, time and expense entry. Yeah.
I don't think I ever be using it.
Yeah. Typically, if you're using the MES screen, you wouldn't go to this screen, but in the office for testing, it's a good thing to do. Yeah. You need an employee ID. If you don't know one, just do a search. Now, it should be an employee that actually has a labor rate, so make sure you pick somebody that really does work in the plant. Scott, do you have a suggestion?
Scott, give me a name of a guy that works in the plant.
Mel Shear. Melvin, yeah, right there.
Okay, now you do file new time. All right, and let's say he did it today, so you leave it today's date. Hit save. The new time is recording, this is a day that he worked. New time details is what jobs he worked on during that day. So hit your drop down now and choose new time detail. And put in your job number.
Down. Yep.
And it's assembly 0 and it's operation 10. I don't remember what the time was. Put in 10,000 for the labor quantity. That's the quantity of good parts to be made.
Yep.
And now it says, because he hasn't logged in or out any jobs yet, it thinks that the entire 9 hours that he was working was on this job. So we want to change the clock out time to represent the amount of time he's actually working on this operation. Or,
that's fine.
If we wanted, we can leave it 7 to 4, but we can change the labor hours to how many hours it was supposed to be. I don't know how many time heading would normally take for 10,000 pieces. We could go to the job and find out what the planned time was and plug that in, or are you concerned about the dollar variation from standard as long as all the dollars get on the final job?
Right, our standards are correct. For this machine, it would be about an 8-hour setup and then approximately 3.5-hour run for that many pieces.
Okay, so let's just put in labor hours of 12.5.
Yeah.
We won't, normally we'd have broken it out between setup and production, but we'll go ahead and put it on production. Same thing on burden hours, just at 12.5. All right. And you notice it says the operation is complete because we reported the full quantity. Hit the submit button on the bottom left. Okay, now to track things as we are changing, right-click on the job and open the job tracker. Okay, if you go to the operations, there's now a green check on Op 10 because I did the whole thing. If you highlight Operation 10, and then on the third row, hit labor transactions and retrieve. And you can see that on 4/15, 10,000 pieces were recorded. The labor hours were 12.5, and there should be a column over there somewhere that shows the actual dollar value that's going on. Burden cost 12.19, labor cost 478. Okay, so that's roughly what the standard cost would have been for this quantity. Now, at this point, we decide that we have to send half of these parts out to be shaved at another plant. So we need a part number that we can show for those shaved parts coming back. So minimize the screen and go to part maintenance.
I can close out of this.
No, minimize, because we want to report a little more labor on this. So go to part and clear the screen. Okay, now we want to create a new part number. I recommend calling it 10339, whatever the original number was, with a suffix for shave. Because it's that part number, but only through shaving.
Right.
Yep.
And I actually have done that already. I just kind of got stuck after that point.
All right, yeah, we're so go ahead and hit tab, and then yes, put in a description and call it manufacturer. Actually, part type really doesn't matter because you're always going to be doing this manually.
Yeah, I actually just duplicated the other part and then shortened up the description to show that it was only headed and shaved.
Okay. Yeah, change the part type to manufactured. Hit save. Now, this part is going to be manufactured in one plant and then transferred to another, so we have to have both plants identified on the part. So right now we've got Chandler, so now you want to add Quality Bolt as a new plant.
Go to new. Quality don't put in quality.
It doesn't really matter which one you use as long as they're real bins and not non-medical.
Process.
Okay. Now, this part is going to be manually sent back and forth. You don't really have to do this step, but you probably would want to make it a manufactured part in Quality Bolt plant and a transfer part in Chandler plant. Because Chandler plant isn't going to create any parts that are just shaved. They're going to get them from Quality Bolt.
Right.
You go to detail under plant.
Do I want to say it first?
You can. Okay, so detail. Now this is the Quality Bolt. So the part type is defaulted to manufacturer, so that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
But you want to go to the other plant and change the part type to transfer. And then you have to put the plant that I'm getting it from is Quality Bolt. And the transfer time would be the however much time you want to plan for that other part to get it over to you. And go ahead and save that.
Is this days or hours?
That is days. Okay, it's treated kind of like a purchase item. So
okay.
Now again, if you wanted to eventually create a method that shows that all of the quantity of the job, I'm having the shaving done at the other place, you could set that up with an alternate method and create a new job. We're not going to do it in this scenario because we already started the job and ran the whole quantity at op 10 before we realized we were going to split it. Okay, so we're going to be doing this a little bit differently than we would if it's a regular occurrence.
Okay.
So, so back to our, let's minimize the screen in case we have to come back, but I think we're done with it. Let's do a shipping and receiving under material management.
Could we complete some quantity in the operation 21st?
Okay. Okay. Go to time and expense entry again. And we're going to go ahead and decide that Mel is very busy and he's doing a lot of work all on the same day.
Time detail.
So, yeah, new time detail. The same job number that we had. Not in the quick code.
No, you're right.
That's the job number. And this time it's operation 20. And let's just do 5,000. And how many labor hours for 5,000?
Are we talking about the shave now?
Yeah.
That's only 1,200 a day out of a 10-hour day, so 5 hours would be about 600.
5,000.
So how many hours to do 5,000 pieces?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, let me show you something. You may not be aware of it. If you right-click in any quantity field, you can open with calculator. When you do your math and you get the solution, if you hit OK, it'll plug the answer into the field where you're right.
I remember that.
Yeah, a lot of times people get as far as bringing this calendar up and they say, well, I'm faster doing it on an actual calculator, but then they have to rekey the answer. So I don't know what it is.
Yeah, it'll be about 41.6 hours total.
Okay, yeah, because it's 5,000.
They get 120 an hour.
600.
Right.
Right?
No, if you do 120 hours, it'd be 5,000 divided by 120.
Yeah, right.
Okay, hit your equal sign to get the solution, and then hit your OK, and it plugs it in. And then you might see how it rounded off to 41.67 instead of all those sixes at the end.
Why am I getting a flash?
Because there's extended quantity over there. So now that you got the answer, because you've got all those decimals, you may want to double click in that field and just type in 41.5. 41. Okay. And then burden hours also 41. Or 400.
So the calculator is
The calculator is nice, except it's got all those decimals at the end, and you may not want all those. But it comes in handy, like if you're in a, you're setting up bills of material, and you want to know how much time to put into the volume. If it's any quantity field in Epicor.
No, we don't want to check if operation complete, correct?
Correct, because I've only did half of the quantity. But you do want to go down to the bottom left and hit submit. Okay. We're not going to go to Job Tracker right now, but if we did, we would have seen that I added the labor and burden for another 41 hours worth of work on Operation 20. But Operation 20 doesn't have a green check yet because I haven't done everything. Now, let me show you another little trick here. Widen out the tree view. Yeah, don't expand it, make it wider yet. Okay. Right now, under the operations, you see the operation sequence and the description of the operation. If you right-click at the top, where it says 2232, on the job number there, right-click and say Tree Options. And where it says Job Head highlighted in blue, hit the drop-down and choose Operation. And then in the available columns, it's showing all of the fields that you could display in that tree view. So if you want to see the actual hours that have been added, you can hit actual production hours, hit the blue arrow. And now on the far right, where it says caption, click in that field, the actual field where it says caption. No, the next field to the left. Now, hit the space bar once or twice so you get a little gap between the opcode. Type ACT-HRS : space. And then hit the OK in the lower left. Okay. On the tree view of the job tracker, it tells you the total hours that have been reported so far on that operation. And you don't have to go to the labor transaction tab and add it up. You can do the same exact thing on the job entry screen. Normally on the job entry screen, if you want to know how much has been reported so far, you have to go to the job tracker to see it because entry doesn't show that, but you can have it shown on the tree view if you want.
Will this say to this job or
This is tied to the operation, or excuse me, your sign-on ID. And if you go up to Tools, Save Layouts, then it'll be on every job tracker that you open. It'll be displayed that way. Now, you could go crazy and add so much stuff there that you can't see it on the tree view. So narrow it up so that you can't see any of those actual hours. A little bit farther. Okay, now just hover over one of the operations. When you hover over it, it expands out and you can see it.
Is there any way for the operations view to be expanded like that right from the get-go when you pull a job number up?
If you save the layouts here, then yeah, every time you open a job, it'll show there. And if it's a brand new job, it'll just say actual hour 0.
Okay.
Same thing on materials. You can have it say quantity issued. In the standard system, if it's issued complete, you see a green checkbox. If there's not a green checkbox, you don't know if they've issued everything or if they issued 9.8 when the bill called for 10. So anyhow, that's a nice little trick for setting up your screens, and feel free to use that. I learned that during my first 2 weeks with Epicor and promptly forgot it because everything was new. And about 2 years ago, and I've been with Epicor for almost 10 years now, about 2 years ago I saw that at a client and how the heck did you do that? So since then I've been telling this to every client I go to because it's real handy. Can't do it on all screens, but you can do it on job entry, job tracker. I think you can do it on sales order lines, things like that. So, okay, where were we? All right. We now want to show that we shipped the other 5,000 to the other plant. And because we don't have a part number that represents the parts that have been headed, we want to just do a miscellaneous shipment. Miscellaneous shipment, you can reference part numbers, but they're not associated with a job or a sales order, and they don't affect inventory. You literally could use the miscellaneous shipment to show that I shipped a desk from one plant so they could use it in an office in the other plant. Doesn't even have to be a part number. So go to your main Epicor menu and go to Material Management. There you go. Shipping, Receiving, General Operations, Miscellaneous Shipment Entry. And again, you might not even need to do this step if you don't want a shipping tracker and things like that to show this item. You're going to create a new shipment, or a new pack, rather. Ship to, if you hit that name button and say type, hit the drop down, and you've only got ship tos or suppliers. You don't have the other plants. Go ahead and cancel that. Do we have the plan? Wait a minute. Hit the cancel. I want to see something on the side here. Related to order number, PO, job number. No. You can just manually type in the name and address for the other plant. Let's see. Okay, so you do have it set up. Okay, great.
10 times.
Okay, you got to ship via, ship date, all that good stuff. Hit save. Now, when you hit save, at that point, went and got the next available pack ID. So you haven't been using this way in shipments much because this is only the 5th one you've done since you went live, or since you copied that. Go to the lines and hit new line. In the part number field, it's free form, so you can put in You can put in the original number if you want. You can put in the original number head. You could even put shave if you want, but you're not really sending shaved parts. You're sending parts for them to shave. And then when you tab it, you'll have to put in the description. Oh, you put in a full part number, so it's right in the official number of that. And if that's what you want to use, that's fine. Out of curiosity, change that part to add the word head at the end. And then tab. Okay. Did it change that description at all? I don't see the whole thing. Okay, so
the same description.
Hit clear. Go to the part number and hit clear again. Did you hit save first?
No, I didn't. Just clearing out the part number right now.
Okay. Now type in the part number with the word head at the end. Okay. So if you put something in that's not a valid part number, you have to put in a description. I think the description before just stayed because it was already there when you entered the Facebook. Right? That looks good. Quantity, put in 5,000. And if you want to put number boxes, you can, but I don't think it's necessary. And hit save. Okay, go to your summary tab again. And there isn't any little checkbox to show that it's shipped. So as far as the system is concerned, that's already shipped. If you wish, you can print the pack slip so that you have a piece of paper to go along with this. If it's going on your truck, that may or may not be necessary, but just to see what it looks like, go up to Actions, Print, and pack slip. If you want, you can also do the label at the same time, hit OK. And do the preview.
Is there a difference between the crystal and the other one?
Probably not.
No. They were eventually going to go away in version 10. They were considering discontinuing crystal reports and going straight to SSR. But since so many people are using it and modify and all that, they decided to stay with crystal for a couple more years.
Right. Okay, so this is what the labels would look like.
For the part number, should I use 103329FH?
I wouldn't, because that's the part coming back, not the part you're shipping.
Okay.
And because it's not affecting inventory on a miscellaneous shipment, it doesn't have to validate against the part. So you can say, this is part number 103329, but it's only been headed. So I think I like what you put on here so far. If you close this screen, it'll then show you the preview of the pack slip. It should already be in the process of coming up. You shouldn't have to hit that again.
There it is in the back. Oh yeah, there's one. This is shipment labeled and the pack slip is on.
Okay, gotcha. Same basic information, but it's a little bit bigger piece of paper. You've got your sending address in the upper left, etc.
You don't need to worry about printing those.
Okay. Now, in the quality bolt plant, you have to create the job with a single operation to shape.
Okay, you mentioned that this step wasn't entirely necessary. We already sent them over this morning. I just put some like handwritten paperwork in. Do I really need to follow up with this then, or no?
No, you don't have to.
Okay.
The only a reason to do that, well,
would just be for tracking.
yeah, this is just to give you a pack ID if you wanted that kind of history in the computer.
Right. Okay. We only sent one bin, and we will be sending more. So the next time I send more, I'll definitely do this. But I just wanted to make sure.
Okay. So now in the quality bolt, we've already created the part number. We now have to create a job that says we're supposed to shade these things. We don't want any material on it because all the material was already issued to the previous job over in Chandler. If we had created a permanent part number for the parts after they've been headed, and you receive those in the inventory and then transfer them to Quality Bolt, then you'd want that to be a material on that job. But because it's going to eventually go back on the same exact job, we don't want a material cost on it. SH. Just for the case. T2, T3. Yeah, SH. Good idea. And the part that we're producing is what goes here. Correct? Yep. Not an SH. Okay. Now there's no revision showing because we never went into engineering workbench and created that. So we're going to add the operation directly on the job. So we do need a required by date. Yep. Okay. Would we want to do a made to stock or, yep, or a made to order? Made to stock, because it's not going to directly to a sales order. Okay. And you don't really want to be made to job because the job that it's going to is in another plant. And I think it's possible, but it's really screwy. I think in and out of stock would make more sense. Yep. Now, adding the operation. Yep. No, I don't need to pull anything. No, you want to manually add the operation. Yep. Which operation then? Operation. Yeah. Resources. Right. Now, for some reason, the shading was set up as an outside process here. And you don't want that to be a subcontract. So you want the actual resource to be the shading. And I don't know which of those you do it. Number 3 was good as any. Yeah, it works. Now, you can see down below it says the labor rate is $23 and the burn rate is $54. There's a checkbox above that that says override rate. If you wanted to, for some reason, give it a different costing rate, but you probably want to keep the standard for that resource.
You want to mark it up because it goes to Chandler.
I think we should override that rate.
Okay. Go back to your detail on the operations, detail tab. Now, at this point, it's again an option for you. You want to put in a pieces per minute for here, or you just want to have them do the work and just record their actual time and not worry about how close to your estimate it is.
You know, I'm unfamiliar with their equipment, so we're just going to let them do the work because I don't know what the standards should be.
Okay. Yeah. And again, if this is a one-time deal, that's totally fine. If this is something you wanted to plan for various jobs in the future while you're rebuilding a new machine so that you can do more shaving in-house, you might want to actually engineer that. But right now, you've added all zeros. This, I believe, is all you're doing on this job. So you can go back to the job tab and check it as released. Engineered. Well, if you hit release, it'll also automatically get engineered. Oh, okay. Because I can't release it if it's not already engineered. Yeah. And if I unengineer it, it automatically unreleases it.
I don't work in job entry. I don't know. It's wonderful.
Now, we technically don't have to schedule it, but I want it to show up on the MES screen if they're using that. So go to Action, Schedule, Stop Scheduling, do a backward schedule from 5-9. And it'll tell us when we have to start to get all these done. And because we don't have any time, it thinks I can get it done in 0 time. So my start and due date are all the same. So you're going to rely on your friendship with the people near the plant to make sure that they run it first.
Quality Bolt has a better process time than the Chandler division.
Right. Now, we need to do a time and expense entry for this job in the Chandler plant.
So we time and expense in the Chandler plant.
I'm sorry, Quality Bolt. The example we did before Scott got on the phone was Chandler Bolt was doing the shaving and Quality was doing everything else.
Chandler Bolt.
Whatever. Goodness gracious.
They're the same place.
Cut me a break.
Time and expense entry.
You guys are exceeding my expectations.
Right, now we need an employee at Quality Bolt. Who could I use at Quality?
Like Jacob Bartz was there. You should go to school with Jacob Bartz.
Who?
Jacob Bartz. He's a supervisor over here.
Oh.
Must be a different Jacob Bartz.
And we need to grab an employee that actually works there, correct?
You should, yes. I'm not sure if you I think you absolutely have to, but
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the name of the guy on the phone.
well, let's do this. Cancel this. Right-click in the employee field and open with employee entry. And now do a search on ID and sort by, yeah, that doesn't matter. Okay. And select 1 through 100. Okay. And then go to the plant, or excuse me, production info. Okay, this first person on the list has a labor rate of 1691, and they are allowed to report quantity. So we can use that person, and however much time we use, it'll apply $16.91.
We'll just use Aaron now.
Yeah, and the reason I went there is just to make sure some of these employees may not be allowed to report quantities, and or they may not have a labor rate. So I just wanted to verify that. So 1649. Okay. You need time. And you can leave it as today's date. Actually, tomorrow's date, but that's okay.
That's fine.
Job number was a bunch of zeros, 2233 SH. And it's operation 10. There's only one operation on the job. Shade. And quantity, they did all 5,000. And we want to actually give them some time. What would your standard be for shaving? You said 120 per hour.
Well, he said we use 41 hours for the other 5,000.
Yeah, let's do the same 41 for these guys. And hit your submit on the lower left. Oh, by the way, off to the right where it says location, and it says resource group QB Shaker, that was the resource group where it was scheduled, and that's the resource group where it gets the burden. If you have different burden rates on different resources and they run it somewhere else, they should hit the drop down and choose the resource where they really ran it, and then you'll get that burden rate rather than the one where it was scheduled. I think that most often you're going to be running them on the same place that's scheduled or one with the same burden rate. So the only other reason to check that was if you later want to go to history and say which jobs had the biggest variance from estimate. Were they on the same resource? Was this machine consistently slower than another? If you don't identify and use, then that information is somewhat suspect. Okay, go ahead and hit submit. All right, now let's go back to the job traveler. Excuse me, job tracker for the job in Quality Bolt. Okay, hit refresh. Okay, I'm surprised that didn't show.
Well, we haven't.
Oh, we forgot to check that.
Yeah.
When we did the 5,000, we should have marked that complete because we weren't planning on making any more on this job.
I guess we have to go back into the time.
Right. Yeah, we can go in and modify that. So you've got Melvin and share whatever. This is the detail that he reported. You can hit the button on the lower left.
For Henry shape, probably just your shape.
Yep. Hit recall, and then check the operation complete, and then hit submit.
Operation
You can hit both complete. I honestly have not found the difference between those two. The field level help has the same description for both of them. Okay, now I'll go back to job tracker and refresh it. Okay, now, another thing we forgot to do on this job, go to the materials and expand it. We still only have the standard material. We wanted to add that new part we created to the parts that were transferred over from the other plant. And because this is the job tracker, we can't add them here. We have to come back to job entry. Hope you're getting all this down, Scott.
Yeah, I am. Honestly, the first miscellaneous shipment was really the only spot I was stuck. I think I'll be good from here, but it helps to see it once.
We are recording this, right?
I don't remember.
Did you start doing it? Okay. Finish now?
Now, I don't know. I think that you have the company setting that you can't change an engineered job. And if that's true, oh, you do. Good. You can go ahead and add that.
Yeah,
so,
a while back, Joe had been switching that back and forth, and he's no longer here. I think may have just been off when he left, but
yeah. Part of me says I don't really like that because anybody with access to job entry can unengineer it. So why bother to make that lock?
Right.
The only thing is that if you want to keep a audit log of every time that job has been engineered and then re-engineered, unengineered, whatever, you have to have
we do keep the log.
Right, you have a change log, right, but I don't think you have an audit log. There's a slight difference. If you've got the change log, you probably don't need the audit log. The log is telling you the before and after of a specific field. The audit log just says, I re-engineered it on this date, and it's a free-form description of what you do. So, all right, and then the quantity per parent here would be you'd either put in 0.5 or you put 5,000 with a fixed quantity. I'd probably put 5,000 fixed quantity. Yep. Now, you'll notice the unit cost breakdown, everything is 0. And I think that's what we want because when we did the initial estimate for this job, we had the labor and burden all coming from Operation 20 as if the whole quantity was here. We're going to bring in costs from the other plant from that new part that we had just added, but it's not part of the, let me rephrase it, those new costs are going to offset the fact that I completed Op 20 with only half of the hours. Instead of 82 hours, it was only 41. If I put a cost here, then it would change the estimated cost and when I do my actual estimates, it'll be distorted. The red dot that showed up there is because I currently don't have any inventory of that part number. That's okay because I'm going to issue them very shortly. Okay. The red dot on the little yellow tag means that I don't have enough inventory to cover the job, or the material hasn't been issued yet and the job start date is in the past. Okay. Let's, I didn't hit, go ahead and save, make sure you did that.
Right, I hit save, that's why I turned it.
All right. Oh, it didn't turn red, you saved it. All right. Okay, so now let's go to the main menu and let's issue these 5,000 parts to the job.
Am I going to be in Chandler's plant?
This would be in Chandler.
So where will I be doing
It's, I believe it's job management. It affects the job and it affects the inventory, and I can't remember where they put it. What are you trying to do? Issue material. I think it's
inventory management.
Inventory? Okay.
General operations.
Issue material, just a little bit above where you are.
Correct, I'm putting the jobs that we have there. Well,
okay.
Yeah.
Hit your drop down on the material. Choose number 20. Okay. It shows the required quantity is 5,000. Previously issued 0. All 5,000 came in, so we're going to issue 5,000. I just thought of something else here. This is going to create a negative because I never received these in inventory. We could have called this a non-quantity bearing part.
You can issue miscellaneous with issue out of inventory.
Miscellaneous issue takes it out of inventory but doesn't put it on a job.
Yeah.
We want to put it on a job without taking it out of inventory. Aiming towards making it a non-quantity bearing part. Then it just keeps track that I issued a bunch, but the quantity on hand is always 0. I'm really not tracking it within the system.
Well, we wouldn't necessarily keep this on hand anyway, right?
Right, but non-quantity bearing means it's physically impossible to record it. Whereas other things like a non-stock, I could end up making extras that I thought I was going to scrap and I didn't, so I can put it in on hand. So let's right-click on the part. Well, yeah, go ahead. Part entry. We may already have it minimized. Yeah. Go to the plant. Actually, you can do it at the top. Go to the detail over there and uncheck quantity bearing. Quantity bearing is on the plant. Okay, we have to go there. Nope. Oh, well, I just didn't realize you couldn't see the whole screen. Uncheck quantity bearing and hit save.
Costing us to just change the standard.
Yeah, that's okay. I think it's okay. Think about that.
If you have
cost is 0, when I issue it in the other plant, it's going to go to $0, and I want it to go in it. Oh, wait a minute. We did. Yeah, we're supposed to receive it in the inventory to keep those costs, and then do a transfer order and bring it back. Leave the quantity bearing.
leave quantity bearing into.
You have to go back into the quality bulk and receive that job inventory. We reported that we made it, but we didn't receive it to inventory. And then we'll transfer it from.
Change the standard to average.
Yeah. This is why we test them out. See?
Okay.
All right, now go to Quality Bolt Plant. go to Storm Chandler.
There is no.
Up a little bit. Right. We want to go to Job Management, General Operations, Job Receipt to Inventory. All right, let's try inventory management. 10 years, so make not sense why I don't put it both places. Material management, drop down a little bit.
There it is.
Inventory management, general ops, job receipt to inventory. Some job 002233 SH.
002233 SH.
All right. Okay. And paid 5,000. We're going to receive all 5,000. But from warehouse and bin was what you put on the resource group, and the to warehouse and bin is what we chose as the main warehouse in that part. And because we have a primary bin, it defaulted to the first bin in the warehouse, which is bin number 1. So go ahead and hit OK.
Can we transfer directly to plant that?
Let's try it. I don't know if we could have it. Let's try it. The plant, to warehouse, change that to Chandler. Change the plant first. And then the warehouse,
yep.
Different process. And then
1. They got it.
And hit OK. Good. You know, that now I don't have to do the transfer order. As soon as it's done,
right.
I receive it directly into the plant.
So now you can issue it.
Then here in Euclid, I would just issue it from WIP to the job?
From that bin to the job, yes.
Which would be
correct. Okay.
Yep.
So you go to his plant.
Right.
Even to the management.
Yep. There's that. Now you're back to Chandler plant. We're trying to figure out which one it is. If you go to the menu, even if you already have it minimized, so that is issue material, so that is the one we want. Okay. Now, that warehouse, we didn't put it in CP stage.
We put it in the production with something. Work in progress. That's quality goal.
Yeah, work in process, and then bin 1.
1 up, 1 above.
There you go.
And then bin 1.
If you do a search on bins,
here's where a lot of people get confused with the bins. You have to pick it up from the right bin. If you don't, it will error out, or it won't let you do it.
Okay.
I would just try entering 1 and hit tab, John.
And then click OK.
Yeah, that's not the bin where I hit no. Right click on the part and open the part tracker.
Probably fresh.
And go into bin. Yes, bin.
It did not transfer.
It didn't transfer, you know, we did that job receipt.
Well,
Right click on the part, open with part transaction history tracker.
Did you switch back over to the Chandler plant once you did the receiving and quality bulk?
Yeah, that's a good point. Go to the change of plant to quality bulk. Average food. Manufacturing to plant.
Scroll over.
Plant quality bulk.
So why didn't we see it in that work in process warehouse?
Well, this is at quality bulk plant. We want to.
Oh yeah, let's go back again. I want to see that transaction. Yeah, manufacturing the plant. That's just, yeah, that looks good. Typically, I would see manufacturing to stock. I didn't go into stock in that plant. I chose a different plant. Does that other plant have to receive it? To show it on hand in the plant?
Or shipped it. Maybe it's waiting to be shipped or something. Can you go to part checker and the quality bulk plan for that part? Open part checker.
Yeah, it's just in the background there. Just close the history tracker. So here's the on hand of the plant. Highlight quality bulk. Now go to warehouses. Go to bins. Retrieve.
Part locations. Schemas, no, shouldn't put it there. Allocations.
That's your thing, transit.
Yeah.
Yep. See what says order 32? It created a transfer order that has to be received at the other plant.
Okay. So it automatically generated a transporter instead of having a manual.
Because it did job receipt to another plant, it created a transfer order.
So you need to right-click on that transfer order, with transfer order workbench, and then you have to firm it up, or
I think you can just go to the transporter receipt. Problem is I don't know what that order number is without going to the screen. I couldn't find it. So I did the job receipt.
yeah.
It didn't come back with, here's the transfer order that was just created.
Okay. So maybe it is a better way to not to receive it from the job to different plants, receive them to inventory, then ship them.
Then do a normal transfers of any other part that you do.
Right. I don't know. It's up to you, Scott. However you want to do it. So now from this here, we would need to receive this transfer order to stock at your plant, and then you can issue it to the job.
So minimize this baby. Go to transfer order receipt. There's a transfer order workbench. That's a long time since I did.
Yeah, open that up.
No, I mean quality bulk.
And then
So I want
Quality bulk.
to be in Chandler.
You want to be in Chandler.
We'll find out where. What was that?
I think you have to firm up. Scott, do we need to firm this transfer order before it can be shipped out of the plant?
Yes.
So at the quality bulk side, you need to go in that transfer order, find that transfer order 32, whatever it was, and then check it.
So I'm going quality bulk. I'm in quality.
Transfer order. Treatment entry.
Material management. Drop down there. And then shipping, receiving, or inventory. Inventory. Box, transfer order entry. That's where you were 2 minutes ago.
Awesome. Find that.
000022.
That's it. So, okay, so it's in transit.
I think it didn't show in transit on the part tracker, but I think that
I thought it
really
did.
is.
I thought it did show in transit.
Oh, is that where we saw the job number? Yeah, right. It's in transit. So again, I think we go to receiving on Chandler side and receive the transfer order.
The only thing is we didn't get to print any paperwork at any of these steps. Should we see the transfer order? Receive.
I don't want this one.
No.
I don't see a transfer order.
There is the receive transfer order.
Oh, it's receive transfer order instead of transfer order.
Yep.
Ah. Zero, 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 zero.
But that's the fact that it's not a transfer order.
Oh. New receipt? Not even new.
Click binoculars to search for the transfer orders. Search. That's it. Click OK. So you did create a pack for 26. Yep.
Jeez. Yeah,
So
we
needed what that?
I think we don't. This shortcut is really adding a lot of stuff.
So this is what we would do. So you will go to stock or job. You can from here you can take it directly to the job.
I'm not sure you can because it was set up to pull from stock. You might be able to do jobs, but I don't think you can. And hit new
action.
Actually, the news all grayed out.
What action?
Yeah.
Receive all.
I think it's going to end up on the stock. Go to stock tab before you do receive all. Line on line 2. See, it's set to go to that warehouse working process. So now you do receive all. It'll put today's data in it, I believe. So, hit save. I don't know if it's necessary. Let's go to part tracker now. Tracker.
Hey.
Great. You get that. Let's go to issue material. And just copy this default, all that stuff. Go ahead and hit your OK. And last time here we got a message saying when create a negative, and now we didn't get that message.
We get to what's positive.
Yep. So now go to that job tracker.
Can we actually check that?
Now we never issued that first material. So if we did a value right now, we wouldn't get the material value of it. But go to actions and print the production detail.
So this would be one way of doing it, Scott.
One very quick and easy. Why bother to take notes when it's so simple?
Well, I was following along in our actual system while you guys were doing it, so I think I have the quality job all set for them anyways.
Click on print material transactions and material cost breakdown and operation transactions and print preview. And again, I don't know how familiar you are with this report, but it tracks the estimates to actuals for any job.
Right.
So we're going to be under estimate on operation 20, but we're going to have additional material costs, hopefully. So on the raw materials, the second part number that has that SH shaving, the quantity was 5,000. The estimated cost was 0. The actual was 5,000 at a cost of $23,260. So I'm $2,300 above estimate on the material cost. Then we drop down to the operation 20 at the very bottom of the screen here, and it says that the estimated hours, we're way off on our estimated hours. Oh, I know what happened. It was 5,000 was what I actually completed. The estimated hours was 20. The actual was 41. The cost was 55.67.
Yeah, and see, the shavers are different than the other machines where, depending on the part, it's going to change the pieces per hour, and we don't have it set for individual parts. So that 500 pieces per hour is probably the average across the board, but for this one, it just happens to be only 2 a minute. So that's probably why the estimate was so far off.
Okay. Now, I wish that this report showed my estimated cost instead of just my estimated hours. So in the real world, if we'd have set this up properly, our actual hours should have been half of the estimate.
Right.
So we ended up with way over on the burden cost because we recorded too much time in our example. Our material, the estimate was only 740. I don't know what happened to our other, our 5,000 that we actually issued.
Oh, that's for that. You got to look for that SH parts, right?
Yeah, the estimated $741 was from the original material that we never issued. So I can understand why it would be 0 for that part, but I should have had that $5,500 or $5,200 from issuing those 5,000 parts. I wonder if it's because we chose material cost breakdown that it put those dollars into the labor and burden, even though it came from a different plant.
But there was no material. What material are we looking for?
The $5,000 worth of, yeah, go back to page 1. That material record 20. I issued 5,000 pieces at a cost of $2,300. Because the actual cost was $2,300 for those parts, but I went to the summary, it said the material was 0. So I'm thinking that that $2,300 got split between labor and burden because I said material cost breakdown.
What happened now?
We broke it. I touched the wall and it
What'd you do, John?
But the court got angry at me.
I'm kidding.
I attended a talk once with an NBA referee, and he was talking about one time when he was refereeing a college game, and I can't remember who the coach was, but he was really complaining on the sidelines. And the ref said, you say one more word and I'm going to throw a technical. And he says, will you throw a technical for what I'm thinking? And he says, no. Good, because I think you suck. The ref says, I couldn't give him a technical. It was too funny. All right, so we were on production detail report for that job in Chandler. So
that cost is probably at $1,000 now.
Yeah. Let's quickly just go to job management and reports and choose production detail. And choose print material transactions, and don't check material cost breakdown. Go to filter and put in that job number. And you can just hit your new icon and type it in. This was the 00002232. You got to click in the job code. I think that's right. Yeah. All right, hit preview. And if it still shows $0 for material, then that $2,300 wasn't being spent.
That's an error.
Okay.
No.
Message, no records selected.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm not in the test environment.
Ah.
That would do it. That would do it. Go figure.
You know, I'm going to have to explain exceeding expectations.
Yes, you will. You said it over assuming, you know.
I didn't know that.
Wait till after they pull up their like client satisfaction survey.
Right.
There we go.
Okay. You good?
Select just what we needed.
Use the material transaction. There's these guys. Okay. $5,000. Go to the last page. No. That is go back to page 1. We didn't put the labor. That's all right. Labor operations cost $16.97 on top 10. That 20 was 55. So that's my $7,000. Go back to the summary at the last page, and it's showing my like $9,000. So it looks like the $2,300 from that material is for some reason showing up as labor and burden rather than material. And now that I see that, I believe that there's a setting in the company whether you want the materials that you issue to a job to always show as materials or only show as materials if they are purchased. And if they're manufactured or transferred, they would show as the labor and burden and not the true material. And I think that that's why they're showing up as labor and burden costs rather than material. But I think that that total cost is okay. You see that, Scott? Hello. Scott? 4 o'clock yet.
Well, it says screw this.
Scott either got a call or he fell on a mute when he passed out.
Well, he cared. That's just because he figured it out why it's supposed to be.
Yeah, okay. Well, I think this has been a fun little experiment here, but if our accountants are pleased with the labor and burden from a different plant to show up on this job like this, I think it is a cost. Is that you joining us back, Scott? Or somebody else leaving?
No.
If you left, let us know.
I think that's very reason.
Okay. Well, we were scheduled or had announced that we were going to go through 4 o'clock.
Right.
And we probably beat this dead dog as about as much as a horse could. Talk about slaughtering a dead analogy. That's like saying it's not rocket surgery for crying out loud. Or crying outside or whatever it was. The cat drug in a fight for 4 eyes. Whatever.
Okay, so we're going to call it a day. See you tomorrow, same time.
Yep. Okay. Thank you for all of you that hung in on the phone.
You're welcome.
Thanks for your help.
Thanks, guys. Have a nice day.
Earlier,